idea what this overlay looks like right now. And that music is way louder than I expected. All right, it looks like crap. Cool. Let's get into this. Hello, everybody. How we doing today?
Living that dream.
Cell looks like he's lost. So or Cell, I'll put you where you belong.
No, I was just trying to figure out why it's so hot in my room. My fan ain't on a high enough setting. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, there we go. So, what's his name? Snaga wants me to start with a poll. We'll do that before we do anything else because I'll forget otherwise. Hype train love. All right, here we go. This is going to go to Nikolai for slaves here and for Jickle.
Why am I just... Why? That was unnecessary.
I think you know why, so.
I know why, but like
Right,
it's a
1 minute
rhetorical
poll
one.
starting now. Here we go. There's a bar in Nick's face. Oh, it looks like a snot hanging out of his face. It's hilarious. Thank you for the heads up. Gone now. White penis? Jesus, Molita. Why'd you have to take it there? All right. Cool.
At least now we know what Belita's thinking about.
Yeah. So, whoever did, thank you to whoever is doing the YouTube stuff. That's always me. It's only ever been me. I am alone and I'm working on it. Okay. I promise I'll try to get more done on Wednesday. So, I stumbled across this strange thing on Twitter that I you know what is it called when you like hate scroll, like when you it's like a train wreck scenario, not doom scroll. But it's like a train wreck scenario where you can't look away no matter how horrible it is.
That's that's what it is.
All right, it's like hate scrolling, but it wasn't not doom scrolling, right? I stumbled across this the Twitterverse. Sal, congratulations.
Viking. Thank you, Viking.
I
assume you put them all in.
Well, yeah, I mean, 21.5 votes is 43 votes, I think. So yeah.
He basically solo voted.
All right, so 44 votes. Okay, so guys, it's this small area of the Twitterverse that to let me know if you stumbled across it. It's all about men, not real, fantastically, proud to be cuckolded by Volodymyr Zelensky, like president of Ukraine. And it's like if I walked into my bedroom and saw him plowing my wife, I'd grab his hips and start pushing, or I'd offer to make him a sandwich and see if he needed coffee. Or it's like I'm like, what is this? What did I? And I just read for like, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes. It was like way too much of this. And no, I'm the only one. Otto, are you with me? Otto,
what is your Twitter feed?
Listen.
No. Listen.
Look at who I follow, and then understand that Twitter either A, gives me what those people like, B, what they retweet, or C, things similar to who those people are. Just look at who I follow on Twitter. I was like, what is this?
Listen. What?
Seriously, Jake, are you telling me you haven't found this on Twitter?
No.
You're not on Twitter. That's why. Never mind.
I don't have Twitter.
I have a Twitter. I haven't seen any of this.
Yeah, I went down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I don't do Twitter either, so.
Okay. You have one, though.
No, I don't.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Truly a boomer.
So, Sel, you haven't seen any of that at all?
No.
Okay.
Scott, this is you. This is your search history. You're recommending.
Listen, I was just like, what is this horror show and why am I reading it? I'm just going to keep going through this like more or less fanfic. I'm like,
what level?
It's uncomfortable.
Hype train.
It's uncomfortable.
Hype train max level can go to level 5, right?
Level 5 hype train is level 3 character. You mean max level of the NPC?
Well, like, yeah, because you can use a hype train to upgrade the NPC levels.
Wow, Viking. It's on an app. Incognito does it work if it's on an app?
Well, don't use the app then.
I pretty much only use Twitter on the app. What was I saying to you? So,
but you can use them to level up the advisors.
To level 5 is the max.
Okay, I might do TikTok then.
Wait, hold on. Is it yellow? Because we don't want them to be better than your best followers, and your best followers cap out at 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In Joey, I still need
Like
Daelric to
18.
get up to level 5. So
You
I
still
could
need
use
what?
2 more. So Daelric is only level 3. So
Gotcha. Okay.
Level 3 follower.
Cool. All right. Anyways, so yeah, that was a strange thing I came across. I just didn't know if I was the only one, and
Yeah, you
apparently
are.
I was. Okay. Daelric, you need access to Daelric. I don't. I think Daelric is advisor, hype train character. Yeah. Daelric is female. You said her, and I was like, I'm not sure if Daelric is a her, but it is. Bump. Bump. By the way, Joey is really good at secrets, so he totally named himself in our campaign here as Vienna, because he's the best at keeping secrets.
True. I can't believe TikTok is only a commoner.
But he also roleplayed as Vienna in the campaign, so it's fine.
that's exactly what I meant, Steve. Exactly.
Yeah. She needs more hype train. She's not actually being leveled currently. Correct. All right, cool. So since we're starting the session with Cell and we finished the session with Cell, I guess we
I
might
hate
as well
everything.
let Cell give us a quick recap so we can dive right into this game. We don't want to have a whole bunch of podcast hour emotes thrown into chat.
Last session, something happened, and I genuinely do not remember anything.
I steamrolled a small clan of trolls. That's what happened.
Jokes aside, I literally just told that story to my parents about 40 minutes ago. They were proud of you, Nick.
That's adorable.
It is. Well, they know that my luck is shit. Those natty ones don't just count for D&D. That's real life.
You have spent a considerable amount of time with my parents.
I have.
Yep.
What did
Funny
I do?
story.
Did I
Scott's
talk to
parents
Gorza?
charge him rent, but not me.
That is a true story.
Did I end by talking to Gorza, and that's where we ended up?
What did you talk to Gorza about?
Not Gorza. The Gorza's dead. I meant Rima.
Oh, I was like, Gorza sounds not
Very dead.
familiar. Yeah.
That's where we ended it, right? Are we doing my next month's Kingdom Rules?
Gorza, very dead. Next month's Kingdom Rolls. C. Was
Did
there
we
anything
wanna-
else, though? Was there anything for Jake or Nick that we needed to like touch before we moved on? Oh, Jake,
Oh, yeah.
you get access to a different map. Tell me how this map looks for you, sir. Where is Varix? Here you are. Are you ready? Boom.
Yep.
Tell me how that looks for you.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I already seen the map to help scout with things, but it's a very cool map.
Damn,
Do you like?
I do. That's really cool.
Right?
That's really, really cool. I
Like,
like that a lot.
I legit filled up the whole map for you. Nick's going to be able to see it before
Yeah.
the end of the session, and Cell does not have access to it. He just got to see it quickly for a conversation.
Yeah.
But Nick gets it by the end of the session.
This map is really good.
It's really big too, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Well, you can see.
Not used to it.
And one of the things that you can't see is so I can keep track of things much more easily is all of the clans in the GM layer. So you can't see it, but I can right now. I know how big all those clans are hex-wise just by looking at what's written on the, like I can see right now how many hexes each clan is, right? So I just know off the top of my head, which is really cool. And then yours, you can see a little bit into the Barren Lands, right? My problem is, can you
No,
only see a very little
can't.
bit into the Barren Lands?
Yeah, I can only see 8.
Okay, that was my
maybe. I
concern,
could see
so
more before.
I have to fix that really quickly because it should be more that's gray. Like you should be able to see, and that's just because of who you happen to be. Sorry, because you weren't logged in yet. When I was walking through here. Oop, And this should probably have fixed most of that problem for you already.
Yeah.
Yeah? Is that much better?
Yeah, I can see down to where the lake is now.
Yeah? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then now it's just that dark gray color or whatever?
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Cool. So you can see your area, but you can't see into Nixon's, you can't see into Cell's, and they can't see into yours. They can only see their own areas beyond you both being able, you all being able to see all of Kajinxi, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
I'm super happy about that. All right, let's get back to Cell.
Did we want to have a moment with the council explaining the new situation?
You mean your 3 characters?
Yeah.
Absolutely you can.
I'll ask you one thing first, right? Can you
Yeah.
Can you ping on the map where that mimosa?
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to. Actually, I'll put lines on it because unfortunately, this map is 98.5% done. I still need to put names on them, even though we already know what the names are. But this one over here. This is why. Remember how I said it's like over way to the east along? Yeah.
That's.
So it's just like almost like fuchsia or like pale purple or I don't know what you'd call that.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So it's actually big too. It's like a thick boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice.
Awesome. That's when you go, oh, I'm small. And I'm like, yeah, Jake, I've been telling you you're short for a while now. And you're like, bro, too real.
It is too real, man.
All right.
I'm with you, Jake.
Awesome.
I think
So
we're close to the same height, so.
I think we are. We're close to it.
I was talking to my buddy Keith recently, and he was saying how he only likes to go to early doctor's appointments because if you get measured earlier in the day, you're taller than if you get measured later on. I'm like, because he's like almost 5'8". He's 5'8" in the morning, but definitely not by nighttime. You know what I mean? It's just hilarious.
Yeah.
So
5'8" in shoes.
no. Shoes make him almost 5'9". All right. All right, cool. So let's get into it. Tim Tam time. Ooh.
What's a Tim Tam?
Google it.
I am.
Oh no, go to Amazon and then Google it.
Oh, it's like a little
Search it.
chocolate
But
biscuit.
now go to Amazon and order it.
No.
You won't regret it.
I don't even remember how to get the stuff delivered to my apartment. I did it once, like almost a year ago.
Okay.
I don't order stuff on Amazon very often.
We'll get back to that. All right, cool. So let's get back to the game. Sir, Jake, there was nothing you needed. Nick, there was nothing you needed. We're going back into it.
Yep.
Perfect. Cell, last we left off, you had a conversation with who was it?
Rima.
Okay, and
My
that
high
whole thing with
priest.
Rima went very well. And then you were talking about potentially a council meeting between the 3 clans because a bunch of stuff just happened recently. Now, you don't know about
No.
what happened with Nick.
That's not what I was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was saying a meeting between
Your clan. Gotcha. You want to stretch out
My-
the length of your turn. Okay.
Yes, well, because we're instating the system we're giving the 3 people the power to confer and to deem if the warlord is capable of ruling in a moment, right?
Absolutely. So why don't you go ahead?
Which is probably something that should happen like as an RP, right? I assume people want to say shit about it.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that at all. Why don't you go ahead and just the names of the people on this council? I don't know if you maybe even want to have like a separate folder for like your council, if you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, we can.
Do you want me to set that up for you right now?
Yeah, let's do that because
All right,
these
cool.
these three are
High,
representing.
we'll call them High Council.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a subfolder called High Council.
I think it's kind of important to do.
It's COUNCIL, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I'm just really bad at spelling. Tell me if I spelled that correctly.
Let's see.
All right, we have Rima.
Can't see the folder. Oh, I see. High as fuck council.
All right, so
Yeah, you spelled it right.
it's Shadow 2.0, right?
Yeah. And then Elia.
I just gotta get rid of the old, because the old Shadow is officially useless. I can delete him.
Yeah. If he has any items, it's just like masterwork armor or whatever.
Do you, I will move him to a separate area. You can deal with him very shortly. I'm gonna put him under other,
Yeah.
and you can deal with him in the near future.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So Shadow, so you can change him from Shadow Naito 2.0 to just Shadow Naito. So it's Rima, Shadow. They suggested it being Tark or Tick-Tongue, but you said no to that. You want Aaliyah
Yeah.
as the other one.
as that represents what I see as like the three pillars of like the roles in the society or in like the jobs, right? Because Tick-Tongue follows under like as like a branch of like the military in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this way we have the religion, like the outer like the diplomacy, and then the warriors, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes sense.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna have Shadow, Aaliyah, and Rima. You call a meeting for all of them. Only one of them really knows the purpose of this meeting as of right now. Unless you would have had previous asides, I imagine only Rima knows.
Only Rima knows because this is the first time I'm bringing it up, and this is like probably we went to the second city to light the continual flame and the shrine. So this is probably right when we return back from Arayoki.
Okay. So you call the meeting. The four of you are inside your chamber area. I think you stand in the middle and they sit around it, right?
Yes.
Cool.
So I can hear all the voices.
The circle room, exactly. Cool. All right, so you're there, and people are of course going to be quiet, waiting for you to announce the reason for your being there.
Yeah. So while I was in Arayoki, I'm gonna had Jorman craft 3 like badges. Because that's what he does, right? To craft 3 badges to signify this.
Okay.
So
what do they look like?
Naito's is gonna be. I'll come up with something better at some point. I don't want to say it and it'd be not great, but you can imagine Naito is some military emblem, Elias is a diplomatic emblem, and then Rima's is an emblem of like the faith. And I'll figure out a better description at some point.
Okay.
And I pull out these 3 badges and I place them in front of each of the people.
Mm-hmm.
After my discussion with Rima, we've come to a idea to better protect Clan Shadow.
The others look to Rima because obviously this is a bit of news to them. Continue.
I am instating the High Council. 3 members of the council that are designated that if they do not see me as fit to rule or any warlord of Shadow, they have the power to temporarily or permanently take into custody that warlord to deal with what they see as the problem. If they believe I am impaired, controlled by magics, or elsewise.
Contemplating for a moment, Aaliyah says, Warlord, after a conversation with after a conversation with Rima, kind of like gesturing to Rima, like confirming that that's what you said.
Yeah.
If it's not too bold, might I inquire as to the contents of this conversation or why this has become...
If you recall, after I returned from dealing with the elemental of ash, I was changed, and many of you felt uneasy with it, and Rima acted in a way that I did not like, that I thought is wrong and breaks what the council stands for, what I have here, what we have built. But she brought up a great concern that if the situation had gone wrong, the elemental could have taken my mind or whatnot. So, and these concerns do worry me. So, with discussion, she took action to make sure I was not taken over, not compromised for the clan. Now I'm creating a means of this action that do not backstab or go against what my wishes are. This is a way to secure the clan and protect it for generations. Because I believe the council is as important as the warlord.
She nods, and you can tell that she's clearly like thinking, she's thinking about not just this, but like kind of like a deeper thinking of the subject in general. Naito chimes in and says, "I understand the reason why you would come to this conclusion. I imagine that Rima approached you about this as opposed to you approaching her, considering what you and I already know has already been done in the past." He knew you before you transformed.
Yes. Yeah, but he didn't know. I didn't tell him about the transformation until recently.
He's not an idiot.
Yeah, he knew. I mean, the moment we met, something was different.
Yeah.
She felt at unease and reasonably. You probably know this the most. You're the only one that has known me before in this room.
He nods and says, "I respect the decision.
This not only protects the clan today, tomorrow, and the next 10 years, but any warlord of Shada will be bound to this high council."
He nods again, understanding, and he says, "One thing that I would ask the warlord is, you have put into place a means of wrestling control, if necessary, or temporarily righting any wrongs, or putting bars around you should you become a concern. This is both wise and concerning. We wouldn't want something like this to be manipulated in the future. I believe we all here can agree that we can all trust everybody here, but not necessarily always will these positions be held by each and every one of us. Which brings me to my point, Warlord. You've put in place a way of maintaining the integrity of your position through our positions, but yet have not put in place parameters for lines of succession for any of us. Whether if one of us are to be lost and someone is to take our place, or frankly, Warlord, as you'd like to charge headlong into battle against your council's wishes or advice yourself."
It has been a deep thought of mine. I have several people that I see as a potential successor, but I am not sure how it should happen. Does the council elect the new warlord? Not from positions on the council, but from outside? Does the warlord always get to choose who holds the badges? These are questions that I lack the wisdom to know the answers to.
He nods and says, I don't think you lack the wisdom. I think you lack the time having put forward to contemplate this and to come up with a conclusion on it. I have my own opinions on the matter, but frankly, Warlord, you do things differently than I would if I were to be the warlord of this clan. So, since you are making the basic foundations of what should be something that lasts many generations to come, and you have done things in a way that is different than any of us here would individually choose to go, in this matter, I will sit back on my heels and await orders and advise as you see fit.
I will think on the way secession shall work, for the positions of the High Council and for the position of Warlord itself.
Position of High Council is actually an intriguing thing, says Aaliyah. There's a new position here with this additional authority that you've just discussed, but that's an authority, for lack of better phrasing, please, Warlord, an authority over you. But that authority should not stretch to just one direction. It should be effectively a badge of, shall we say, additional oversight in your favor over others. If I may be so bold as to suggest, and I'm not saying this because I have any concerns over any individual members of our overall council that you have put into place, but because of concerns that have been brought forward by the counselors or envoys sent forward by our allied clans. Currently 2 people sit in those seats. Who's to say there won't be more in the future? But their concerns are very real. The way that our council chooses to handle matters, the way that our counselors choose to speak to you, is out of the ordinary and gives them the wrong impression of you as an individual and has caused difficulties to yourself and to our clan. Rumors spreading of a soft leader and a soft clan, border skirmishes, etc., etc. Perhaps moving forward, instead of having pretty much any counselor bring forward concerns in a borderline disrespectful manner, she says, and you can tell like her eyes are locked in on you and not on anybody else because she's the most respectful person in this room. Perhaps it is specifically your high council that does such things, and others will make their concerns known a bit more subtly, or perhaps hand it up their own chain through us to you.
This is a...
Oops, sorry, Bolita.
This is an idea, but it does not break down the function of the whole council if we must corral all the ideas through people.
Shakes her head. No. Everybody should be free to speak. But there's a difference between free to speak and...
Oh, I see. I understand. Yes, I agree. I think this would present a better face to the other clans.
She nods and says, we don't need the other clans assuming weakness where there is strength. And as long as they sit there, and they should be welcome to sit there, just as we do on their councils, we need to project that strength in a way that they understand. Like speaking to a simpleton, effectively dumbing down the words.
I agree. This is a good idea. I'm fond of this situation we were going forward in, because I've worried about what happens after I'm no longer a warlord. This puts in place something that eases my concerns of the future.
Aaliyah nods and says, it is a concern. You should probably look to get someone pregnant soon.
I have no plans of making a child as my heir.
Rima says, perhaps a good thing. We don't know if you can.
That was unnecessary, but this is a fair concern.
Yeah, Shado again, like looks like what the fuck.
Naito, yeah, he's like
Naito,
uncalled
sorry.
for.
Yeah.
I do not believe it would be wise to have that type of secession for Shado.
Why not? Asked Naito. You can roll a sense motive on that one.
I will. Oh, that was such a good roll. 23.
Okay. Well, you are able to read the meaning of this. So when you are what was I saying? So when he says that, you can see that there is a bit of like a concern, but it's the basic familial pride. Not pride like it should be himself or his own child should you not have child.
But
not
like
that sort
the
of
name.
thing, but like, yeah, like we
The
came up
bloodline.
from nothing. Well, not him. He fought up to get to where he was, which helped you to get to where you were. And as you're saying, the bloodline, you understand.
Yeah. Naito, I do not hold weight in bloodlines, despite the fact of our alliance with the Ashenoric. Although the Ashenoric isn't a direct bloodline from one to the next, it's some sort of other thing, I believe.
Remo will actually chime in and say, I'm not as versed on the Ashen Orc as some Oraculi would be, but there has to be some degree of lineage. It doesn't have to be tight like himself to his grandfather, but there needs to be some blood in there.
Understood. I did not know this.
Aaliyah actually chimes in and says, I listen in on the many tales that have said amongst these lands since I've arrived here. And one time there's an old tale of a what are they called? Fucking
A boar?
of a Karuk that actually supposedly defeated the Ashen Orc in combat, and as they consumed them, they actually took into them the power of the Ashen Orc, taking the blood that way. But who knows the truth of that? Naito says, well, perhaps we should all just be dining on the Ashen Orc then.
Anyway, back to the concern at hand and not the Ashen Orc.
His joke landed as well as you'd expect Naito's jokes to land.
Yeah. Very dry.
Not funny.
So it could be a possibility, but I seek someone with the right temperament, the one that aligns with what I believe is required of a warlord of Shadow. And my child may not always be who I see as best fits that. And I believe we are losing much talent if we seek to preserve bloodlines instead of looking for those who can accomplish the job.
He nods. He says, it wouldn't be the first time that a parent was disappointed in how their child turned out. I suppose best not to put too much stock into someone simply because of their namesake. A matter for a future time, I imagine.
This is only a worry if I ever have a child.
Nods. Speaking of worries, children. We need to worry about the children of these lands. Our army is still small. Small considerably compared to many of the other clans.
I pull out a document and I put it in front of him. Well, then you're going to be happy about the next building we're going to construct. And it lays out the designs for the garrison, or the garrison.
He looks and he nods. He says, "Good. We're going to need people to house. We're going to need places to house our soldiers, but we're also going to need soldiers to house.
We have to wait till we have room to house them.
Thanks.
Currently, I have no place to put soldiers."
Yeah, he thinks for a moment about locations, and he says, Garrison is certainly a fine location. We can centralize an army there, but we should also keep filled our various auxiliary forts and towers.
Oh, we have one unfilled.
It's a concern that I feel as though we are falling behind.
We are planning to build a elite army, one of extreme precision with bows for Henry Flamebane soon.
Okay. He nods, and I think that's pretty much all you have to have in the conversation here.
Yeah.
You guys kind of break down into other political conversations and what not to have. Cool.
Kingdom rules.
Kingdom
And Aaliyah-
rules.
Lee is not very subtle, but Tessel's very busy.
All right. So Kingdom rules start off with stability. Now, if I remember correctly, Shadow has no unrest at the moment.
I am sitting pretty fine. Let's make sure everything's updated on the clan sheet. 47, 60. I dropped down a couple points. 58. Not cool. All right. So I'm rolling
Roll
upkeep
for it,
phase.
baby. It's the only place you can roll an natty one.
Well, I would still not fail. So good time to get a 3 out of the way.
Cool. Grab yourself that free BP, baby. Brings you up to
47.
Yeah.
I have a
what?
lot. All right. Next
It's
is
funny. I was actually thinking about like if you were to subcategorize all your other advisors, what categories they would go into. And
that's why I'm
so
gonna
funny.
build that.
It's funny. I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, Aaliyah would obviously take over the viceroys, and probably
Spy Master.
Spy Master, and what's it called?
Royal
the-
Enforcer. Well, not the Royal Enforcer, but
Yeah.
they're all held by Italia, so like
I tell you, Gren, Helena, and what's the other one's name? Heart Tender, Mazada. And then like
Mazada.
you kind of like have the other ones be done different ways, or maybe Heart Tender actually should go under what the hell's her name, Rima? But that's a different
I think so.
conversation another time.
I'm gonna
distracted.
organize it at some point.
Shiny,
but
So
I like the idea.
all right, pay your consumption. You have a whopping consumption of 0, yet you're complaining about the taxes you're soon going to be paying.
I'm not I haven't complained.
Mhm.
I said they're gonna be rough, but I'm gonna be fine.
I mean, I think Jake needed to get another tissue box or Kleenex. Or
Jake's in the worst
fucking-
position though for it.
That's just because he doesn't
Correct.
limber up before he starts getting into the position. He has a hard time
All right.
dismounting.
What's next? I don't know this.
Also
off the top of
correct.
my- Oh god. So no leadership positions changing. Are we rolling for magic items now?
Oh, sorry. Chat wants to see the spreadsheet instead of the dice rolls.
I need to buy that stuff.
So, yep, your next thing is going to be pay consumption, which is 0. After that is going to be you don't need to do the Royal Enforcer. It's magic item slots. Do you have any open slots? And who's rolling?
I do. It's for a shrine.
Who's
and,
rolling? And how are they rolling through?
Yes, Viking. Roll through.
Okay, Viking. I need a D100. If it's a 51 or higher, wait 5 seconds and immediately roll again.
Okay. How much does this cost? So that means a magic item, right?
Okay. Yep, it does. What kind of items are available to you?
It's any minor.
Minor.
It has to have less than 125 base value.
Okay. $125.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for you, they rolled. Holy shit! They rolled arms and armor.
There's none.
I don't think there's anything I can fit.
It
There.
has to be a potion.
Oh, so no, 8 is supposed to be weapons. So it's
Well-
not any. It's got to be a potion, I think. Yeah.
It has to be a potion. That's the only thing it could be. God, the Staff of Thunderous Force is so cool. I'm buying that.
All right. So a 70. Okay, so 70 on potions is a potion of dark vision, baby. Woof.
That's not great.
You say that, but Nick doesn't have dark vision.
Oh, I guess that's fine.
Okay, cool. Problem solved. Let's move on. Let's
Yeah.
get to the next part of the campaign. And that is going to be going to assign leadership. Any leadership changes you're going to make?
Leadership is not changing. Everything stays.
Perfect. After that is going to be claim or abandon hexes. This is where things shift.
I am claiming a hex, some would say.
Hold on. Let me get you. Let me actually get it over to the map so that chat can see what the fluff is.
I
doing.
can't see the map either.
You're gonna be able to see the. Oh, I gotcha. The game map. You're gonna be able to see the old one.
Yeah. Well, I will be claiming. I can claim 2. I will claim this hill.
Okay.
And this hex next to Skull. I mean, Arayoki's, it's my second city, the new one. So it's not, there's like only like 4 buildings in it. So these 2 hexes.
Okay. Gotcha. I already put them there.
On the new map, maybe. I can't see them.
Oh shit. I did do it on the new map. I didn't realize it was on the new map. Okay, cool. Let me do it on your map. Okay. Copy, paste,
And that immediately takes effect, right?
copy, paste. Yep. But you don't get all the benefits yet. You get some of the
Do it.
benefits right away.
Yeah, I get the improvements benefit though.
Correct. The
And
improvements
buildings.
and the buildings benefits. Yep. Everything like that kicks
Yeah.
in. But your benefits, because your assigned leadership does not take place until next assigned leadership.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's fine. And I'm building farms, a couple of them.
That brings you up to was it one more hill and one more
One more plains and one
so
more hill.
6 hill and 18 plains. Cool.
So I'm building.
And that costs
So
you 2
each
BP. You already paid the BP, didn't you?
Yeah. Is this when I also have to make the new district for my city?
It's making a new district counts as a terrain improvement because it counts as planning, right? Yes.
And that's one BP.
No. Making a new district counts as taking a hex, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you could only take 2 hexes. So.
Well, when I took 1 hex, it bumped me over.
It's as of the next. So when you look at the different, so if you actually have the kingdom rules open, there's phases and there's steps. So as of the next step, you take all the benefits of the previous step.
That's fine. I didn't need it. I just would have liked it.
Yep, and you can do it next time.
Yeah. All right. I'm building farms. Farms are 2 BP, or
unless you wanted to do 1 less hex and do that instead.
No, I'd rather have the 2 hexes. Okay. It's not a big deal because I don't need to build there yet.
Okay. Cool. So farms are 2 BP if it's on plains.
So all right. So 1 farm up here.
Yep. Where else?
2 farm up here.
Okay.
3 farm. And 4 farm. All the remaining plains I'm building farms in.
So number 4 is technically inside the barren lands. So you actually
No.
Oh no, that's parallel. My apologies. Where was number 3 again? Can you show me that? Was it?
It's all of them.
Next to Jake's.
This one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought so.
So 4. So that's 8 BP.
Yep. Spending 8 BP and gaining 4 regular farms.
Yep, because I need more farms.
But you get that money back in the next like 2 turns or so, especially if what the hell's about to happen.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to. So I got 4 more farms, and I've been trying to build more farms. What? No, I've been trying to build more farms for a while. It's just I finally got the terrain improvements to do it.
He's such a hardcore metagamer. Look at this shit.
4, so that's 11.
That kind of metagaming deserves trump cards, or?
Well, I have actually decent.
You can't hear me right now.
Well, because I'm gonna build armies soon. I need the consumption boss.
Oh, that's his excuse.
Get fucked.
Okay, yeah, I believe you.
Actually, wait.
I believe
sorry,
him?
this hex was supposed to be 1 down.
I don't know what either. I think. Which one? Oh, I gotta.
One.
Oh, I thought you wanted it next to. You said next to what's it called?
Yeah, I forgot that that's going to Jake. I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm giving Jake this.
Okay. He can confirm that later, but we'll put it there for now.
Yeah.
That way, at least a little bit more globular. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, it looked ugly, but if Jake, I think, doesn't matter.
You can also do 1 more terrain improvement if you want to.
That's 4. That is correct. I can build 1 more. A row. Ooh.
You can
I'll build mine.
You can make another mine, exactly.
I'm building it in the caverns under my capital. My new city. Sorry.
So this is a regular mine in the caverns underneath your capital. I thought we already had something there, or is that special resource?
No, that's a special resource.
Gotcha.
It gives me just a +1 to economy.
Gotcha.
That's 6 BP, I think, but it might be different for a cavern hex. I don't think it is though.
That's a special mine. So this is gonna be a mine. Okay. I put you back over there.
Assuming the salamanders are okay with that, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Because I don't want to do it if they're like, no. You know. Cool. That's 6 BP, so I'm at 31. Mines go up by 1.
Cool. That brings
Does it build immediately? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. If it's a 1 month thing, then yep, it's immediately built.
Cool.
Absolutely. Cool. Awesome. Well, that's very exciting. All right, what's next?
Yeah.
Oh, Jake, do you want to ask him that question about the them? Oh, he can't see the same map as you. So,
show him the map.
It doesn't matter so much. Actually, here, show him on stream. Jake, watch the stream.
I can see my map.
I'm on the lame map, the losers map.
Oh yeah.
So you
see next to mine.
Yeah, you're getting these 4 new skull, right?
Ping it. See the one, the hill, right? Yeah, see diagonally up to that. I'm moving. It go right.
Yep.
Now you're going diagonal. Oh wait, there's a delay. That's why this is confusing me.
So like that, Jake?
Scott, can you see my map?
You're
'Cause
getting
it's
all. You're
more or
getting
less the same.
You're getting this, right?
Yeah, Jake, show me on yours. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm
There.
putting a town here.
Yep.
And then the surrounding here. You know what I mean? Sorry. That one.
But here,
That one.
not this one there. I just put your little token.
Not that one. Yep,
Okay,
not
cool.
that
So
one.
Cell was incorrect about that.
Okay, cool. Then you can move back the token.
No,
next
no,
to Skull.
just get it next time.
Oh,
know what I
true. Yeah.
So he's saying that he's putting a town right here.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be there or.
So once he
somewhere
builds
else.
his town here, it'll be like this. And
Yeah.
kind of going
Cool.
up from there.
We all good then. I was on. I forgot what we agreed on for your
Perfect.
farms and shit.
Perfect.
Um.
So that's all of your upgrades there. That was a lot of upgrades. Let's do the next part, which is to have so after you claim hexes, it's now terrain improvements. Now it's actually buildings, which because you just jumped up to a 26, you can do up to 5 buildings that you start. First, let's pay the cost of buildings that were already started. So looking at
So it's
Fenitaru,
13.
it's
It's I have it marked already.
So you have your
on
trade
that.
shop, you owe 5 for, yes?
Yeah.
And your trade
I'm
shop
at-
is officially done, so I'm going to add that down below.
My theater is also done, which is huge.
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 Uh,
The theater is massive actually.
okay, that's super cool. And
And
then anything in your other town?
Yeah. The shrine just finished.
Okay, did you already add that?
Yeah.
It looks like, oh, you have
Wait.
a second shrine there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Does building a shrine get rid of unrest or no?
I don't believe so.
Also, I kept forgetting to mention it. Oh, no. She was just away before. So I forgot to mention last session, but the 2 sessions prior, she was just away. She was doing tasks.
Oh, it
elsewhere.
does. I can't withdraw BP yet, can I? Unlucky.
So what's her name? Pete's mom. Help me out here.
Masumi.
Masumi, after she returned from Throne, showered in gifts, and she also has her own wealth. She swung by her baby boy, and she wanted to check in on him, and she's like, "Baby, oh, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Mama take care of you." And she started building him a mansion. Does that take 2 months to build?
I don't have the tiles for that Infinitaru yet.
Yeah, you do.
Do you see where it's going?
Oh, gotcha. But how long does it take to build?
I don't know. I'm checking. Mansion, 2 months for 5 BP.
2 months for 5 VP. So if you're choosing to put in a location you can't build yet, she'll kind of like lay down the groundwork of it and get an architect working on it, so on and so forth. She probably have her son or whatever. Not her son, her nephew. Look into it and be like, "Come on." Imagine she'll put some word into what the hell's their name? Hold on. So it'll be said during your council meeting. You'll have Pete will be a little embarrassed to say, "My mother wanted to check on the progress of the preparation of the land where she wanted to have."
There was some difficulty with the lands. We were clearing it out currently.
Yeah, that sort of a thing. Well, I'll let Jake do the RP for it though. Anyways, so moving on.
But yeah, that's why I wanted to build the town size, but I'd rather have the hexes.
Yep, gotcha. So moving on. After that whole thing where she's once again staved off, how many buildings are you starting? You can start up to 5.
So I am starting the garrison.
Where? What town?
Fenitaru, because it's where it has to be, and it's upgrading from a barracks. That takes 6.
You already have 2 barracks.
Yeah.
So you're gonna like have a barracks and a garrison sort of a thing?
Yeah, well, the garrison doesn't actually provide defense, but a barracks does.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
So there's actually like utility to having both.
How long does it take to convert from one to the other?
So, so a barracks is 6 BP and a garrison is 5 BP for 6 months, I think. So it's a very odd conversion.
Let me
I think what thought was the best to do is 6 BP for 4 months.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to.
Is a
open the book.
total cost of 30.
Ultimate rulership, right? Or
Yeah.
ultimate rulership, yeah. And then we just scroll down over here, and man, my back is killing me. I had.
It's not half cost Viking. You subtract the cost of the building you're building it from.
Yeah, he doesn't get a half cost from something. So garrison garrison is 5 BP for 6 months, total of 30 BP. Whereas you just said a barracks is 6 BP for 1 month. So 30 becomes 24.
24 divided by 6 is a good number, I think. Like, I don't want to make it take 6 months still if it's like there's already groundwork.
No. There's already groundwork. So the groundwork should remove maybe time but not cost. So
Well, it removes the cost.
no,
So
I understand. But
So
because
If you're talking about upgrading a barracks to a garrison,
Yeah.
it's a garrison's 6 months, right?
Yeah.
Is it 6 months to build? And a barracks takes 1 month to build, so it would take 5 months to upgrade.
Correct.
You've got the barracks
Exactly
there,
that. With your first month being a little bit cheaper. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's just I was trying to get an even number.
So
you're
you're gonna write 4 months of 6 BP for 4 months, but the first BP you're gonna sorry what's that?
It's 5 BP.
5 BP for 4 months, but for the first month you're only paying 4
It's
BP.
4 BP. Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
Cool. We could do that. I'll minus 4 BP off my thing, and just write 5 BP on it. So 5 BP, so minus 4 is 14.
I mean, I won't lie. I kind of like Vikings a little bit better. Just 6 BP for 4
Well,
months.
that's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't
Like 3
listening to you.
times.
I was looking stuff up.
Because I said it would be easier just to do it that way because it divides evenly.
Okay. Yep. That's fine. That works better. Yep.
Okay. So
Jake and I were on the same page. I'm with you, Jake. That's what we call dad brain. It's sexy. The girls love it.
all right. So that means this
The
has
guys love it too.
6 BP, 3 months. Cool. Thank you, Scott, for
Shut up, shut up. Shut up, you. What's your name?
redo. Yeah. What is my
Messy.
name,
I
Scott?
was gonna call you Messy, but I couldn't think of Messy's name.
That's even worse.
Yeah, I know. Dad brain.
Okay, I know what I'm building next then. Yeah, anything Infinity Tower I can build? A shop,
So
I'll build that.
that's
Cool.
literally only one building so far. So
I don't have enough BP to do a lot of buildings.
nope, that's fine. That's expected because you kind of went ham on farms and expansion. So that makes sense.
I'm building a shop south of the trade shop. And a shop costs 4 BP for 2 months. So BP 1 month. I have this planned. I just need to locate everything. Minus 4, 12 minus 4 is 7. No, 6. No, 8. I can math, I
Was
promise.
he just making fun of me? I just want to be clear. He was just making fun of me, right?
Who?
Nobody. Don't worry about it.
I will build one more thing. I'm at kind of low BP though, which is unfortunate. That's how it is though. But I want to continue. I'm building a monument in Arayoki. And this is a monument for Gorzo. So that's just minus 6. No, so I'm at 2. So I'm building a monument in Arayoki. And it's like a pig, I guess. It's like a pig with a hearth, like cuddled next to a hearth, because that was like Gorza's familiar, right?
Yeah.
Little pig.
Yeah, little piggy. You still have
So
the pig, don't forget. And the pig still has a
Oh,
special
I
abilities.
didn't know I had the pig still.
Oh, Piggy's still with you.
No one told me this.
Yeah, that's right. This character, she's right there on your friggin' thing.
Well, I just thought you forgot to remove it.
No, I said you get to keep the pig with you. It's still with you. It still has a
Oh,
special
well.
ability, too.
It sleeps in Tessel's room then.
You remember its special ability, too, right?
Yeah, I can hold like items in it.
Yeah, it can devour a magic item.
It's a pig of holding.
Yeah, more or less. It can devour one special magic item inside of itself. Wow.
Where is that special ability?
It's probably
described?
written inside her name, which is, where is she? DM stuff?
She's in
Gorza.
other.
Yeah, she's.
Oh, it is. It's in DM stuff. It's going to rip.
It's keep it hidden. So,
So
what level was she when she died?
3. So only 2 fine or 1 diminutive item. It's not very large, but
Well, yeah, but fine items, a couple of potions.
if it's it could carry a couple of potions to someone.
Is diminutive technically a dagger? Is diminutive? I think.
It might be tiny.
Yeah, maybe. Either way.
Either way, it sleeps in my room. Then
Yeah.
I sleep with it.
Yeah. So the pig sleeps in your room. How cute. All right, moving on.
Yeah, but I feel bad. His mommy died. Yeah, and that's it. I'm done with building stuff.
Cool. So maybe we should hype train to level up Gorza's pig.
No.
Make Gorza's pig a little bit more powerful. It can keep better items
Well-
hidden with it. It can have more health points. You know what I mean?
If it could actually be useful, maybe. But if not, then no.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that actually would be pretty cool.
All right.
You know? That's some pig.
Trade shop and theater in. Cool. All right.
Like it eventually grows to be a full size like fucking hog.
Barren
from
Lands
Barren
4?
Lands. Yeah.
All right. If we could do something cool with it,
Dude,
I'll
he
put
starts
the hype train
riding
in.
on a pig.
I'll put my points into it. I will, as long as like it's actually worth it over like putting into like a person, you know.
All right, moving on. Anything else, sir?
No, I'm at 2 BP.
Cool. Good. Because Nick's waiting for his turn. All right. Always. So after that, okay, cool. So you did all of your building improvements. Beautiful. Now I have to ask you an important question. Are you ready to invest some money into your army?
No,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
we have. I can't. I have no room for that army.
Okay.
I guess I could build a 20 army.
Mhm.
That's about it.
Okay. You good?
Yeah, I am good.
All right. After that is going to be whose turn's next?
Is it
not
economy
yours.
now?
No. After that is edicts. Are you issuing any edicts or making any changes?
Yes,
You doing?
I'm
okay.
annexing Skull.
You want to try to push for unification right now?
Yes.
Do you know how much that costs?
Does it cost BP?
Yeah, it's a diplomacy edict.
Yeah, 1d4.
Can you afford that?
Well, Keegan will put the rest of his money to it because that's what Keegan does.
Is that what Keegan said?
No, but if I add him, he'll say it.
Keegan was in chat earlier. Don't know if Keegan's still there. Let's find out and see if that's he's not even here. Why don't we check with Keegan and see if that's what he wants to do? Wow, says Viking. Jake even peaced out.
He'll
Jake,
say yes.
Jake did that meme where he just like faded. You know what I mean?
The Keegan's told me multiple times to just do it in Elias doing diplomacy edicts. This is like something I've been told.
Okay.
You bastards.
Cool. So you're gonna do that? That happens during that you trigger it now. It happens during your event phase. Because it's literally supposed to be the last thing of the event phase.
Okay, cool. He'll put his 3 BP to it. Oh, yeah, we'll put how much he needs to.
Okay. Cool. Any other edicts or anything like that you're doing?
No. Should I roll for the 1d4? Should we roll the 1d4 now?
Yes, you should.
Steve, roll me 1d4. And roll 1. If you could, pretty please. Just for me. I'm waiting for the 4. Oh, thank you, Steve.
Wow. Looks like you can afford it all yourself. So we're moving past the edict phase and moving into the next phase, the monies phase, right?
Yes.
Cool. Everything seems to be going swimmingly. Awesome.
I'm scared now. Why are you like this?
Me?
Yes, you.
I've done nothing. Chat.
Do
you have a Shadow? You the Shadow he's throwing at me?
Why is he like this?
After that is going to be withdraws. Are you doing any withdraws?
No. I won't.
Okay.
I don't like what he's reading.
Sorry. I just somebody sent me a DM and I like DMs. So
I'm scared.
I happen to be a DM. So you're not withdrawing. Are you depositing anything?
No, I have no money.
You just made that clear at your council meeting. Are you selling anything for BP?
I have nothing to sell.
All right, time to collect taxes, baby. Woo!
Oh, we got a 4 on the luck too.
That's sexy. That's sexy. How does he not spend more luck when he uses it for every tax roll, Nick?
So does Nick.
I feel like this is fake.
So does Jake.
I feel like this is fake. Maybe he just gets more kingdom rolls. Maybe he just gets more kingdom.
I
turns,
don't.
So didn't realize it. Does that sound right, N Dizzle?
Wait, is my mind's right? 1, 2. Oh, okay, that is right. Sorry, I was confused about my minds, but it seems like they are correct. Good average roll.
I didn't see what it was. Hold on. 10.
It's
Okay.
a 10.
So
It's
32
literally
total.
average.
Pretty
So
solid.
30, yeah, 33 BP and the bank.
Cool. Okay.
So what's the numbers, Joey? All right, I did say I wasn't 100% like accurate on them. I said they're roughly. But if your numbers are way different than mine, I'm calling BS on it. Because he has means to meme me.
I mean, we can figure that out later on, right?
Yeah, we need an independent review. All right.
Okay. So
Calls for independent review as he threatens the independent reviewer.
He's not independent. He's biased. He's biased in his review. And this is a fact.
Already trumping it up. The votes haven't even been counted.
I
yet.
still believe you did the most. Okay.
Look at Sell here. Why don't you just say it? Stop the steal.
Stop the steal. No, but there's multiple ways to, because seeing the rolls is hard. So I normally leaned against me in it. Either way, what's next?
Okay. Next up is going to have to be a roll for 2 different counselors that we're doing because you issued this edict. This is something that they actually had an opportunity to potentially find out some details for you. Before we get into anything else, we're going to have a roll for Aaliyah. This is a counselor roll for Aaliyah, and a counselor roll for what's her name? The hell's her name? Where are you?
Helena?
Mazada.
Mazada. For what?
Yeah, no, not Aaliyah. I'm sorry. For Atelia as spy master, and for Mazada.
For what?
I'll explain in a second. I will tell you the details once you learn.
What type of roll?
So for Mazada, it is a loyalty roll.
It's not great.
No, it's not. And luckily for you, for Mazada, it's not that hard of a loyalty roll. It's just going to be challenging.
Oh, I mean that's only 55% chance of success. I have no idea what these are about. I succeed by 7.
Cool. Good job, sir. You absolutely crushed it. Next after that is going to be Aaliyah's roll. Not Aaliyah, sorry.
No, Atelia.
Atelia's roll. This one is also... This one's actually a stability roll, not economy.
Okay.
So you get a +2 to that, so it's a 7. This one's a significantly more difficult one. It's formidable.
Oh. That's not great. The dice is taking a bit to roll. No. Fuck. 1 off. Shit. That was close though.
Okay.
Sorry, Nick.
So Atelia is not able to get you any intel. She's not Intelia this time. But
About what though?
But what Mazada is able to find out is kind of at a bit of a council. So this is not your full council. This is Mazada coming to speak with you at one point in time. So you imagine you're probably finishing up meeting somewhere, maybe before meetings start, whatever it might be. She'll approach. Let me just open up Mazada. It's been a long time since I roleplayed as this person.
Yeah, they're kind of new too.
Oh, they're the herbalists. That's right. Oh, they're older too.
Yeah, they come from the north. They work as like a charity helper for like the poor people and shit.
Warlord, there's a bit of a problem I thought I would bring to your attention. You've recently issued commands to begin the merger, the unification, or potential unification between our clan and the clan of Nakagong. Help me out here.
Skull.
Skull. Unfortunately, things are not going all that smoothly. There is a belief in Skull, and not a mild one, about you. They do not like you, Warlord. The people there, they curse your name. They call you traitor. They call you a liar. They call you backstabber. They call you he who lives in shadows. It is a rumor that they have that before things went poorly for Skull, you walked into their clan and you begged for aid. You took that aid with you out of the clan and across many fields. During the time that they were left vulnerable, they were sacked, their city taken hostage, their people forced to suffer as you later then returned and sieged their city. The people inside suffering as those that were within took supplies one way or another as needed to maintain their ability to fight during the siege. And inevitably, we lost in that siege. Not a crippling failure. Eventually they were ousted, but of their own volition as opposed to through our militaristic might. It looks, Warlord, as though the people believe you tricked them into taking their best soldiers, their greatest army, away from their protected lands and left the doors open, only to come back and puppet play an attempt to take back the city. Many of them say that they will not kneel to you, ever, and they cannot see you as a leader. Some say they're even willing to move to Canada should you win the election. We don't know how many people actually will. There's this one particular person, her name's Doxy. I have a feeling she'll actually move to Canada, but aside from her, I'm not so sure.
How have I not heard of these problems beforehand? Before now, when I believe this to be time.
Because this is a problem that is among the people, not the leadership of the city. The leadership very likely knew some degree of it, but played it down, as they know that unifying with us is, well, better for them overall, their own stature, their own status, their own viability as leaders and lords, but also the overall health of the clan itself and its own people. We are not small. That will benefit them.
I will go to Skull then.
She thinks for a moment and says, before you do so, I would suggest you speak with the rest of the council of your intentions. You are a warlord. You will do as you see fit, and I will support that. But perhaps speaking with the council will help to guide your decision correctly.
You're correct, sir. I am saddened by this news for Skull, because I truly wish for the best for their clan. They lack the means at the moment to truly rebuild their city. I will speak to the council first, so we may come up with a better plan than me hoping my charisma wins them.
Oops.
I'm gonna drag this turn out for 4 hours, okay?
A whole 4 hours? That'd be impressive. I My back is just friggin' killing me. Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna try to stand, see if this helps. Propped my other little camera up on top of the like the mirrorless thingy majiggy of this camera, just to see if this is a little bit better, just to stand up for a bit. Okay, let's keep going.
What does the council say then?
So when you bring it to the council, how do you say it to them? Sorry.
I have been informed of the citizenry of Skull being displeased with the idea of unification. I plan on going there to try to put the people at ease.
Atelier chimes in and says, if that is true, if these people don't want you to be their leader, and they've already heard rumor that unification is definitely going to happen, it's likely that there will be radicals amongst them. And we all know what radicals do. Behave radically.
We cannot walk in there with an army, with our army, but we shall walk in there with their own men and women, their own soldiers that have been stationed in Shadowlands after the war to defend the borders. It is time the men and women of Skull return home, is it not?
Atelier shakes her head and says, you are probably not the person to do this. You're just exposing yourself. You're asking people to chop your neck, and they will take up their request. Even your
No
brother,
one else can do it.
Your brother thinks and says, you might be right. It shows your own willingness to put yourself forward. It's not, you don't want to project fear. You want to project strength and adversity. But at the same time, are we also projecting arrogance?
That is why we are not marching with our own men. That would show our arrogance and our domination of Skull. We are trying to show unity.
Atelier says, unless the army happens to have radicals too. Chiming in, Rima says, it is possible that we can hold off. If this is genuinely a concern of these people, maybe unification right now is a bad idea. Maybe holding off, giving us a few months to calm the people down, to ease their minds and their concerns through our work with faith, through work with their leadership, and so on. Perhaps we show that they are not simply something to be collected by us, but something that would benefit by joining with us. Instead of unifying with them now, perhaps we invest into projects that they have of their own clan currently. We show them the graciousness of Shadow first. And then your treasurer, who happens to be Lenny, is like, I don't know about that one. I get where you're going with this. You know, sweeten the pot before you pop it open and gobble in. Yeah, I get it. But we're already pretty heavily taxed as it is. Not all of you have to stare at the numbers the way I now have to, since Jorman got a nice cozy promotion. We walk the cusp of bankruptcy literally every month. It is quite concerning. If we were to try to take on an extra load of propping up some other clan prior to, I don't know so much about that one. You hold off if you think that that's important, and take them if you think that's important. Either way, just don't make us go bankrupt, because you know what happens when people think that we're taking their money. My head goes first. My neck isn't as thick as some of yours. Would you have Kiyoshi and Pete here or no?
Yeah, they would be.
Kiyoshi, want to chime in on this scenario?
That's you, Nick.
Sorry, I fell asleep there. Um,
I hate all of you. You know that?
um,
It's a tough situation.
I mean, again, you're going in and you're trying to negotiate peacefully with corrupt. This is not something that they are particularly familiar with. So currently, there's a faction that is against you. You can take the slow road and the diplomatic road, but again, that should be the slow road, and that is the general way of Lord Tessel. So through talks, through mass cultural appropriation, suppression, spreading religion,
America.
kind of like, yeah, missionaries in Africa, totally not doing evil things.
UK.
Um,
Woo! How's
or you
Australia
go
working out?
in and you claim it.
So you say that, and Atelia kind of like knocks on the table and goes, "Give me 1 month. 3 would be better, but you give me 1 month, and we can listen to Kyoshi's opinions right here, and we can really lay in on that. Think about it. These people need to be won over. You want to do things quicker. Kyoshi is suggesting take things slower because you want to go more diplomatic. What if we met somewhere in the middle? What if I either can fish out who these radicals are first? I go in, do a little bit of spying. I find out who these radicals are. And if we are successful in discovering them, then we take out the most radical groups that suppresses them enough that the problem is solved. Okay, there's one route, suppress the people. But I have another suggestion too, because I hold 2 positions. Because I have another suggestion too. Perhaps the reason why we didn't know about this is because the information was being suppressed to us. That means there's a degree of corruption that happens to exist in that clan amongst its leadership. We fish out who is the most corrupt ones, and we march them before their people. Let them know who failed them. We'll let them hang by their necks. Karaka gotta eat, right? If nothing else, the Ashen Orc has taught us this. Let's give them their meal. Fill their bellies.
I don't think that's. I don't think it's wise to just go in and start accusing their leaders of corruption.
You have proof first, Pete. You have proof first.
Listen, the leadership is with you. Why not take this, take Skulllands now, and win the people over in time? I'll see you as the ruler you are, as all your subjects see you. I don't see why you would waste any time.
You say
there's
that.
Obviously no truth to these allegations.
I mean, you say that, and Mazada says, I spent some time there in my work in the preparations for this, and I will say there is some considerable truth to the people's hatred and concern. Truth to the allegations against you, we all at this table know the truth. Because if the blame falls on your shoulders, it also falls equally on the shoulders of clans Densho and Kushibashi alike, because they were a part of the ruse. We all know the innocence of all 3 of our clans. It's a matter of whether or not we want to walk into a battlefield, political or otherwise, to make this decision now. Again, Warlord, your decision, I will follow, and things might go well, but I expect the people to be quite unruly.
These options will not work. We will provoke them more if we hunt down the most radical. Do you think that more radicals would rise? If we put blame of corruption with proof, will the people of Skull care about this proof?
Atelia says, I don't know, Pete, what does Daddy do when he finds out people don't follow the rules?
But we're not Densho. Does not matter what the Ashen Orc does.
She shrugs and says, it wouldn't be the first time we did it. And when she says that, you'll actually hear
I look at her.
Yeah. Do you say anything or no? Because Naito was going to try.
I'm staring at her. And if you recall, the way clan Kohai fell was without blood of the warlord. It was without blood of the people who surrendered. What you're recommending is not what happened here 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. What, 2? 2, yeah. 2 years ago.
Naito would turn to Atelia and say, I'd like to advise you, Atelia, that you are also walking a fine line. There's a difference between giving advice and disrespecting. You should know your place. And then we'll turn back to to you and say to lead their army in and hope that things work out well.
The army of Skull has been trained under your supervision for some time. You've watched over them. Have you felt any of their suspicions or disloyalty? The people of Skull that have come here as refugees that we have accepted with open arms, have we seen that same thing?
I don't walk amongst the soldiers, I walk amongst their commanders. I see no concern with the commanders, but I can't speak to the individual soldier. What we have Mazada here talking about is beyond my scope. Mazada is somebody who's supposed to listen to the voices of the people.
We will go, because the longer we wait, the more Skull suffers. Have we got any reports about how the reconstruction has been going?
Well enough. They just have a stunted economy.
The people suffer. Under fully connecting with our clan will make them prosper.
That is a wise decision, Warlord.
You have your ward, Tark, says, if I may, Warlord, my only concern to this matter is we have so many projects currently underway, many that we're working on. We've just started plowing the fields of so many farms, which we have more hands that are willing to plow and more that are willing to take responsibility of the lands and watch after them to provide food in their tithings to the clan. And we have so much that we're working on right now. We have a volcano that erupted seemingly magically in our favor. Salamanders are trying to deal with. All the while, I believe you're trying to begin the foundations of a proper Karak army. Accepting a failing state into our own, I think, would be difficult for the sake of our own infrastructure. I'm not suggesting we don't move forward. I'm just making sure that you are aware of this, should we move forward. I personally don't think that you should be afraid of the people there. If they make their attacks, then we will defend ourselves and you as needed. But if anybody here has ever seen you on a battlefield, I'm sure you're not concerned yourself.
I understand this concern, but the army has time to go. We will be collecting a smaller force soon, one that will not tax us too much. And I believe the benefits of the city itself and its surrounding lands, we get stone from Skull now, but if we connect together fully, we will be able to build roads better than what is in Skull currently to transport the stone we require to build these many buildings.
It would be nice to not have to trade with them to get the stone. I mean, it's not like we're able to take it as tithings right now. I mean, they need it. Calling it ours and then, well, they're probably not using it very efficiently. Working to make it a bit more efficient would probably be more beneficial for us. So, don't die. But
do not fear. Then it is decided I shall go to Skull.
Aaliyah says, if you are moving ahead, Warlord, are there any individuals that you would like to bring with you from your council? Perhaps Rima, Naito, myself, or others? or would you prefer that we stayed behind?
That is a good question. I will go. Because if anything happens, you three are required to keep Clan Shadow from collapsing, from struggling.
If I may make a suggestion, then. Oh, sorry. You go first.
No, I let her continue.
So Aaliyah says, if I may make a suggestion, then. If you want to show a force of who you are with your individual might without necessarily trying to be directly threatening, you should probably bring Jorman with you. Jorman as an individual is a powerful individual. And he can have himself and yourself armed and armored with some of the greatest creations that he's made thus far. More than that, perhaps Henry Flamebane should come with you and bring a small retainer or retinue or whatever of your own personal guard. Their army, but your own guard, just significantly smaller. We don't want to leave this to chance now.
This will work then. Call for Jorman and Henry Flamebane to return from Ariyoki.
And the army not gonna like that.
This will let Jorman get out a bit. He's been a bit dour.
Yeah, Jorman's like one of those people that hangs out in the basement a little bit too often. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Lenny, you hang out in basements all the time.
He looks around and he's like, my name's not Daelric.
Soon we will have you built a tower, Lenny. Then you will no longer sit in the basement because you keep doing some weird experiments.
He doesn't respond. He's just thinking to himself, a tower? Jesus, we're going to find the funding for that. You know.
Well, his funding, in fact. He's supplying some of the BP for it.
So, cool. So, you decide we're going to steamroll ahead.
We're gonna show him the Shadow perseverance.
Woo!
Well, listen, Scott. All right, this is what my character would do.
It's okay.
Famous last words.
Going to affect the rolls now. Because the last roll you're supposed to do is supposed to be that, and then we got to get to Nick's turn because Nick has some fun stuff coming his way. So
is this my event?
This is one of them. Oh wait, hold on. What? Oh. I don't have to do your March events yet because it's still early in March. I can hit you up before the end of the month because in 2 weeks it'll be your turn again. Next week will probably be his turn again too, right, boys?
I fucking hate everything. It's because of my position in the line.
Sure, yeah, no, that's why everybody in 3.
Bell's turn every turn.
I hate my life. All right, we're gonna roll for the random chance one.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna hit you with the Patreon
right.
stuff yet. I'm gonna hit you with your random, and then come back to this. That way we can actually have a good amount of time for Nick, because he's gonna need it. Nick, do you have coffee yet? Do you need coffee? You might want to get coffee.
Bolita, roll me a D100. I'm aiming high's bad or high's event.
What is it? 25% chance?
Yeah. Then I have no event. All right. So I hope, me bringing Skull's army and doing this this way is gonna also affect the DC to make it lower somewhat, because this is a thing I do, right? I'm bringing Skull's people there with me.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that actually saw what happens, not the people in the city, the ones that understand the circumstance.
Yeah. You the puppets that the oligarch paid off.
I fucking hate you.
What?
Why am I here?
Did I say something wrong? Did
Yes.
I say something wrong, Chad? Did I say something wrong?
Everything was wrong. All right, so let's go.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to load it up. It's just
Oh fuck.
All right.
I'm about to actually have to, look like a shadow. I have a plan if I almost die. Jake knows the plan if I almost die.
Oh yeah, it's a good plan too.
It's not gonna go over well.
Oh,
It'll
no,
be ve-
not at all. But it'll be so amusing.
it would be
So
pretty funny.
amusing.
Listen, alright, it's better than dying.
Oh, this is almost perfect. So
I hope
in
I
the
don't
worst
die.
way though.
I'm probably gonna be fine,
Yeah.
but that would be a good time for it because that would make, yeah.
Don't give any away.
What?
Scott, you've
Yeah.
said many
So don't give it
inappropriate
away.
things. Care to elaborate? What did I say that was inappropriate? I don't even know what they're talking about. All right, cool. So you said there was or wasn't a kingdom event?
There was not.
Okay, so that goes up to 75%. Okay, cool.
Yeah, already put there.
Cool. All right. So just so we're aware of how this is supposed to work, as opposed to how it's going to work. Just so
Well,
we're
Scott
aware
wants to screw me after all I've done for this
I mean,
clan.
hey, baby. Oh, I get it now, Viking. Forming a union. So the way it works is, so when you form the union, you have to do kingdom checks to take them into you. Let's averages together, then follow the steps founding. Treat the two leaders as charge rules. So, are you going to replace any of your leaders with some of their leaders? Yes or no?
I will replace. I'll do.
How many are you willing to do?
I'm willing to do 2.
Okay, cool. Hold off on that. Can I get 4 people, different people, in chat to roll me a d6? I need 4 different d6s to be rolled, please.
This is to help because I think that's like a good number for their size, being so much smaller than me. To like the, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
2 of their leaders representing them, 4 and 6, or 4 and 5.
Okay, that's 9, 13, and waiting for one more.
Oh God, 13.
Okay, that's 4 different people. 17.
Is that good or bad?
Well, if things go well, their treasury is 17, so you're going to combine
Oh.
those. If things go well, that's going to be their treasury. So
Why do they have so much money? Why is it not going into buildings?
it is going into buildings, but it's the end
That's
of their
fair.
turn, so they just collect the taxes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so that would be what they have at the moment. Okay, cool. So are you ready for this? Here we go.
Oh, I'm so scared. Oh shit! I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah.
All right. So the first thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go ahead and have to make a kingdom roll for all of the different what are they
Against
called?
my DC.
Economy, loyalty, and stability check. Hold on though. It's against the new DC of what it would be. So it's not a 49, it's a 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. It's against a 55 is the base DC. Okay.
Do they have 2 districts?
They have 2 districts.
Okay, cool.
So
Am I getting all their benefits first too?
no. Because
Oh.
this is you. Yep, this is you trying to tame them. So it's against
Cool.
a 55. However, they fucking hate you.
Can I do any like diplomacy checks or like?
No.
Did anything I do
this
matter?
belief about you, unfortunately, does not work out well. So the loyalty aspect, you're going to take a minus 10 on, and the stability aspect, you're going to take a minus 10 on for those rolls.
You're insane.
I know. I'm fully aware.
Did anything I do help it? Like,
Your economy, however, is a wash. Your economy is you're good. It stays.
but did like
Oh.
anything I do make this easier because I've done actions to like put them at ease?
Unfortunately, none of those actions were able to help in this scenario.
All right, so it's a 55.
It's a 55 is the DC. You have a minus 10 for your loyalty, a minus 10 for your stability. You have a pretty good chance of succeeding,
I'm gonna fail all 3.
you do have no. You know, economy, you'll automatically succeed.
True.
So which one would you like to roll first to get out of the way?
I will roll. I'll roll economy first. So I'm just gonna have to roll that one.
Don't make this one your natty 20.
Shit, I'm gonna do it last. Fuck that.
Get the stress out. Okay. So which are you gonna do first? Loyalty first. The heart. Okay. So it's a DC 55. You have a plus 43. All right. Don't forget you have luck. You can use all the luck.
That's not great.
You rolled a 4. That's rough. So what's your?
I failed that one.
So it's a fail. So right off the bat, 1 fail. Okay. Do you want to take a break and do the economy, or do you want to fucking go stability?
No, stability.
Should have done economy first, baby.
Fuck you. Holy shit.
Oh, you crush it. You
Does that do anything?
No. Success.
All right. Well, I can't fail, so I succeed.
So just roll the other one for funsies.
20.
Rolls an 81.
I hope so. Oh my god! You have to do something with this guy. That's 2.
Absolutely beautiful. So there's good news and there's bad news. Okay. The good news is you succeeded. It wasn't your tremendous success because you did fail one of them, but you actually did friggin' succeed. I won't lie.
I wish I did economy first.
I won't lie. I know, right? You should did economy first. Wow, that's amazing. So either way, yeah, you succeeded. That's good news. That's great news. You did succeed. So first things first that happens when you succeed is you immediately take their what's it called?
Treasury.
The treasury, and you add it to yours.
So 17
gets immediately added to yours. Okay. As well as any other mobile's assets, including their army, also gets.
They have an army left.
Yeah, the one that you were commanding before.
I was already upkeeping that one.
Yeah. So now it belongs to you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You already have the stats for them, right?
Yeah. Well, no. You never gave them to me.
You and I can do a random extra session this upcoming week. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, they're not that good, I'm sure.
And we'll
I do have them actually.
Cool.
Unless they don't have any benefits to them.
Nope. Unfortunately.
They're just flat, then yeah.
Just leave it as that now with a question mark, and you and I will do an extra session this week to go over that stuff. Okay, cool.
Cool.
After that is you have to determine how much unrest there is, not from leadership. So this is just straight up unrest that you happen to take in. This is where the rest of the bad stuff comes in. Immediately your unrest jumps to a 10. Immediately.
No.
This
is
from
them?
Because they do not want you there.
No. So you're changing the rules.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. And there's a reason for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why 10?
But because you rolled 2 nat 20s, I will gladly reduce that by 2. Because that was insane. So like each nat 20 reduced it by 1 more for you. So that's going to bring your unrest immediately to an 8. Okay.
That's much better.
I wanted it to be a 10 with the chance of you getting 1 more and potentially losing hexes. But unfortunately I can't. It's going to go to an 8. Okay. I'll get to why afterwards. And then after that, now you have to start treating leaders to take roles. Okay. So let's talk about these leaders that are potentially taking roles. Who were the positions that you were thinking about exchanging?
So I'm going to Ishai as my researcher, having built their academy, they are going to be repositioned as the headmaster of the academy instead of the curator of the clan.
Wait, what?
Ishai. So I'm removing my curator, but I'm saying they're staying in the clan still.
Oh, okay.
Because Ishai's goal here is to do research on the same thing I'm doing research on. So I am moving them off of the council so they can focus on that instead.
So somebody that's half charisma.
Half charisma, yep. Plus
okay, so you're going to take one of their most charismatic people and you're going to put them into that thing. Is half charisma plus what's their skill?
History.
Oh, actually, is that the one that was half it? No, it's just Jake's that gets penalized that way. Half history, half whatchamacallit. Yeah, that's right. So Ashai, we're gonna remove. So put that into leadership notes. Ashai is down there, and you can just write for now. Write Skull. And what was the other one and why? So you're obviously gonna lose a viceroy too.
Yeah, Helena's not a viceroy anymore. I'm gonna have Atelia focus purely on spy mastering. and I'm gonna put them in the Royal Enforcer slot.
Okay. So Italia's gonna be Spy Master and put in the Royal Enforcer slot. Doesn't she have a feat that makes them like?
Yeah,
So
so you can stack them, but there's no other spot.
gotcha. Okay. And does she take a penalty for being doubled up or no?
No. I'm gonna try to get, if you're allowed, I'm gonna have her try to retrain that feat at some point with some money and time.
Yep. That's
To
that
focus
rules,
on stuff.
the rules do allow for that sort of a thing. So, like she can potentially get the one that makes her a natural ruler or whatever it is. I
Yeah,
suppose.
right. So I'm trying to make her focus on the spy master because I've had troubles with being like an effective spy
I won't
master.
lie. I wouldn't be surprised if you eventually like almost as punishment because she keeps speaking out. Like you constantly are out of turn. Like I am removing responsibilities from you, and you are on thin ice, young lady. You know that sort of thing.
Currently, yeah, but I think this is a good idea because these are both kind of public positions in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is like out of game. This is also like putting them in positions of like cultural importance, which is with the historian, right?
Yep.
And then like maintaining the people. So like Skull is not gonna have like my person telling them to stop doing shit, right? They're gonna have their own person being there, which is what I want to do.
Yep. Nope. Makes perfect sense.
So that's what I decided upon. I've written that down. I'll remove Helena as well.
Okay. 1 second. Trying to give it to Tessel. Boom. Okay. Cool. And still review as always. Cool. All right. So you're gonna give that Helena's gonna go away, and you give her down below. And I want to write. And I would write. Oh yeah. No, that position's just gone. So Italia's going to Skull. That one's going to Skull. Cool. All right, so at this point in time, like I said beforehand, you're going to be combining your leaders together. So make a note. We're going to do this on your bonus session so we don't take too much time from Nick, okay?
Cool.
Immediately after going through the leadership changes, which requires loyalty checks, so you're just to avoid there being a month of them being useless. So can you go ahead and make me 2 loyalty checks with your current modifiers?
It's not great.
Yeah, you just have to roll 4 or higher. That's not so bad.
Okay. Success. Oh, that's I hit the wrong button. And then up arrow. Does that work? Cool. Done.
Perfect. So both of them have 0 issues. Once you've got your new combined kingdom, add the unrest. Okay, yeah, that's where it gets added in. You're good to go. Technically, the unrest shouldn't. No, it should have been added for that. That's fine. And GM may influence these steps as per, such as giving hexes in the smaller kingdom temporary loyalty penalty. There absolutely is going to be a loyalty penalty, which we're going to do in a second, and a stability modifier each turn, or the entire kingdom takes a 1d4 minus 2 stability modifier each turn, for 6 months. That's a weird one. Because it's either -1, 0, +1, +2, which is, again, very weird. So we're going to go with a temporary loyalty penalty while you're resolving this. So this loyalty penalty that you're taking, Cell, all you have to do to fix this is if you use your Royal Enforcer, every time they succeed, you can remove the loyalty penalty by 1. Even if you're not using it for unrest, or if you are using it for unrest, you'll get the benefit. So you're going to have a 5 loyalty penalty.
So temporary loyalty, they get
Penalty
5?
of 5, yes. But again, that's once it's gone, it's gone.
Okay. Am I adding all Skull's hexes now to me?
I actually just did it on the map for chat
Cool.
to see. So that's going to be 2 plains, 2 hills, 2 farms, and they do have a, what's that called? The stockyard.
They should have 2 quarries as well, I imagine.
2 quarries. My apologies. Yep. 2 quarries.
And they have a stockyard?
They should have a stockyard, so those farms are even more efficient.
Oh, that's huge.
Yes, it is. Where's stockyard? A quarry. There it is. They have 2 quarries as well.
I've marked it all on my sheet.
So I was like, I just like increase the size of my clan by like 20%, but I'm gonna bitch the entire time.
I'm not. I'm at 31 hexes. I think I'm the largest now.
Temporarily. All right.
Sure.
Cool. Awesome.
And then we'll deal with what I gained from Skull at some other point.
That is true. And then the last thing is, like I said, we have to have a solo session. because there is something else that's going to take place during the solo session, including combining all of your details and so on and so forth.
Yeah, we'll do that. That's when you'll put the city on the sheet, so I'm not just taking a bunch of penalties for the game.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Their city. That's when we'll handle.
Yes.
handle the
We're
city
going to be
shit.
adding all that shit on there for you during that.
Cool.
Exactly.
Then I'm good. All right, that hurts a lot at the moment. My loyalty's low.
Okay. All right. 1 second. Cool. All right, let's move on.
All right, that's it. Then
So-
I'm done.
You are officially done. That's the end of your turn. We need to go to Nick's turn. All right, cool. Nick.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm awake.
Good. So just so you know, it's Nick's turn. Just like Nick, it's his following turn. Just like Jake before, it's his following turn. That you're going to be approached by the tax person. And Nick, it's not this turn. It's your next turn that the taxes will start up. Okay? So just so you're
If I
aware,
don't execute it. Yeah, sure.
you will not be getting hit with that now. I just want you to know that you're a month behind Jake, just like Cell is a month behind you. Cool? Cool. All right, cool. It wasn't 2 hours, actually. It was an hour and a half. We got more or
Sure.
less started a half hour late for several reasons. So, all right. I want Nick to have the
Yeah,
full
I
2
know.
hours, though.
It just feels longer. Silamos. Just
I
feels-
hate you.
Okay, cool.
That's enough talky, so.
All right. Yeah, let's just mute him.
Rah.
There you go. I muted him. I can take away his ability to unmute himself, but Jake likes to leave himself on mute, so then Jake gets penalized, and we like Jake, right? All right. Nicholas, let's get into this. First and foremost, where we left off with your clan, you said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's go get him." And you immediately took to arms one of your groups of soldiers and yeeted yourself into the forest and started rushing off into the forest to go and try to find out one of your people who had unfortunately kind of disappeared, right? Now, I know that there were trolls along the way that you wanted to handle personally. That's why you chose that one of the 3 or 4 options. But then the other thing that you were trying to take care of was your missing leader. Please remind me which leader of yours is missing.
Eric.
That's right, Eric Hoof. Now, because Eric is not a Patreon-made character, that means that not having Eric does negatively impact your kingdom rolls this upcoming turn, because you haven't had the event ability to save him yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So we will hit you at that as needed, but technically speaking, that does not take effect until after this upcoming beginning part. So that'll take effect after your phase 2, step 1. So you're still good for now. Let's start off with your rolling for unrest. Unfortunately, you do have 1 unrest. So if you beat it, you can make it go away, but you don't get to earn BP off of it. I will let you roll your 1. Are your numbers all correct, Nick, on your sheet?
Yes, they should be. Actually, I need to add my +8 somewhere because I get my
that's
second
right.
one. Right?
Yeah. Yours officially takes no. Yours doesn't take place until the leadership part.
Ah.
Yeah. So yeah, not
Okay.
quite just yet. So you're gonna go ahead and roll the 56 stability roll. Go ahead. You automatically succeed, but it's still fun to see.
It is.
All right, cool. A 73 against a 63. You absolutely crushed that. No problem. Or not a 63. I think a 53. I think you beat it by 20. No, well, 49. Sorry, you beat it by 24. You crushed it. All right, so cool. You get rid of that 1 unrest that you have. That goes to a 0. Thank you for doing that. You might want to upgrade your stats.
That's what
While
I'm
you're
doing
doing that, I'm going to go ahead and look at the other details. So you're looking at kingdom rolls here, sir. The next thing you're going to want to do is pay consumption. Your consumption happens to be a 0, so you're good to go there. Immediately after that, you're going to want to fill your magic item slot. Do you have any vacant magic item slots?
I do.
You do both in Shinrin and in Shinrotar. You still have an empty one there too. So what are we doing?
Nice.
Who's rolling for you, and are they rolling through?
Shinrin and Polita, go for it.
Belita, if you roll a 51 or higher on a D100, just wait 5 seconds and roll again. Okay. Shimmer's the better option because they have more money, right? Yeah, but higher base value. Okay, so they're immediately going to roll again. I'll pull up my sheet while they're doing that. Has to be a potion or a wondrous, right?
Correct.
Okay. A 36 means that it's going to be a potion. Go ahead and roll for me again. And this will finalize the answer. All right, so it's going to be a minor magic item potion. If they roll high, you get it's something halfway decent. And it's going to be a 56. 56 for you, sir, is a potion of blur. That's legit. Yeah, you can definitely buy that out of your thing if you want with your own monies. So that's pretty cool. Potion of blur. Awesome. I just want to make sure oh yeah, you have it as potions. Cool. Let's move on. After that, sir, is going to be your modify unrest. I believe you just brought it to a 0. So you're back to baseline. You don't have anything to worry about at the moment. Just Cell is climbing up there, and I got to find other ways to hit it with some more because it's more fun for me. What? So after that is going to be nothing else is bad. No? Cool. After that is going to be a matter of assigning leadership. So it's at this point in time that Eric Hoof is going to be... I can't do it that one, unfortunately. So over here, I do Eric Hoof. I go MIA. So we're good to go over there. And so Eric Hoof is usually a 5. But instead what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going to put a 5. And we're going to have this be a hyphen. And if you're missing your high priest, 2 things happen. 1, stability and loyalty decrease by 2. And during the upkeep phase, unrest increases by 1. So we'll worry about that later on. But stability and loyalty decrease by 2. So there's a big swing on your stability right there, Nick. All right. Also during this phase, you can make any other changes. And Narin gets to permanently assist with a second permanent spot. Which spot do you want it to be? 8 more to economy or to stability? Economy more or less guarantees you effectively 3 more BP or close to. Stability is way more expansion safer. Up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with stability anyway. So we're gonna...
You don't want that money?
Nah.
Cool. When Eric returns, if Eric returns, you will be very safe. As it is right now, you are now stability proof. Like you are safe. But once Eric returns, you have that 7-point swing. You have a lot of expansion room safely, which is good news. These two are secretly chatting with one another, and they're smirking like children. And
he's making fun of me in DMs. He's
What?
doing it. I can't even escape. He's memeing me in the DMs too.
Oh, is he teasing the shit out of you? Jake, are you getting him right now?
I just asked him to put up a poll for me, and because I can't do it.
Why can't you? /POLL.
I told you. It just does not open the little menu thing.
Do you have side note? Do you have what's it called? Mod view?
Yeah, I do have mod view.
And you can't click the poll option with mod view?
I've only tried doing the /poll enter.
I'm pretty sure you actually have like icons you can click in mod view. I hate mod view, so I don't usually use it. So it's kind of your own expression.
I'll have a look.
All right, sorry. All right, back to you, Nick. Sorry. So you, sir, any other changes you're making to your leadership as of this point?
No.
Okay, and nobody's been upgraded or anything like that by hype trains or anything at this point. Okay, cool.
Not recently. No, we're good.
Cool. All right, then let's move on for now. So after that, sir, it's going to be into your claim and abandon hex phase. So are we going to claim any additional hexes in your absence? If so, what? And again, if you're going to build any districts, now is when you do it. So you can claim up to... I'm sorry?
Not this round. We're good.
0 extra claims. Okay. Then you can do up to 5 terrain improvements. Would you like to work on any of your terrain improvements at this point in time?
I don't believe so. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You don't have.
I don't have much room to do terrain improvements right now anyway.
Well, you can also stack things too, depending on what they are. Like, for instance, you can still build more roads if you felt it necessary. I don't know how necessary you feel it at the
Not right
moment.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha. You could do more of the commatory things depending on. I think those are pretty much taken. You could start things like watchtowers or forts, but that's
I have a
nose
fort
across the
already
board,
being
right?
built. Yeah. Yeah.
So what about the canal?
Oh yeah, you can work on the canal if you want. You can at the very
Weren't
least build it to
we
here.
waiting for that to turn into a lake before we expanded the canal? I thought.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's true. That's true. And so I should respect that on the map in a little bit. So I can do that for you guys in the future. But when I switch over to the other map. All right, Nick. After that, so this right here, you have to pay the final toll for your fort. How much does it cost for the final bit of your fort?
I totally forget. What were we?
So do you remember how much a fort costs?
I gotta look.
Yeah, we have to math it out because unfortunately it's not immediately done. So let's do find terrain improvements. Look up a fort. A fort usually costs 24 BP, so I think we said it was 6 BP a turn for 4 turns. So you straight up spend 6 BP and immediately earns you a fort.
Sweet.
So now you just have a fort. So when you go over to your Kushibashi tab, you under forts add 1. Of course, again, I keep doing this over here.
I got it.
All right, cool. I forgot how that increases for you. Wow, 2 to stability. That's awesome. Increases your consumption by 1, which sucks, and increases your population by 50. But also expands the view of that area by a considerable amount. Give me 1 second to try to remember what it is. Is it 20? I think it expands your view from 14 to 20. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it does. So let's do this over here. This goes to save. And Nick, you see that your ability to see the area around you greatly increases. This is not entirely accurate. You're about to see a slightly different map shortly. Okay.
Gotcha.
But that's significantly better. Like right now, it's like, holy shit, that is a transition. Which is a much more. And what that means is more or less you have a much more, many more assets there that are used for greater kind of like expansive kind of a searching or patrolling of the areas, scouting, et cetera, et cetera. Awesome. Moving on. Immediately after that, any other terrain improvements, or that was it, right?
That's it.
Cool. Buildings. This is where you are able to work on and start new buildings. Let's talk about working on first. Let's go talk about Shinrin first. Your Sacred Grove, you're paying 4 BP right now, and it's immediately done.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. I keep trying to do it from that one over there so chat can see, but unfortunately, I can't. It's so annoying. So,
You adding that in, or should I?
Yeah. I just need to get permission to edit with the other sheet, with my other page there. So that got added in. So Sacred Grove
Exotic
is
Artisan is next.
Is that also done?
Yep.
Cool.
So that's -9.
So those two together increase your economy 1, loyalty 1, and stability by an additional 2 more, which is wonderful. All right. Your military academy costs you 6 more and reduces to only 2 more months till that's done.
So
that's it for what you're working on here, right?
Yep.
Well, you says tavern, courthouse, and park. Oh, those are just costs. Okay. So let's go to Shinrotar first. Nothing was being worked on here.
Correct.
Cool. So now you can start up to 5 new buildings. What do you want to start?
I took a considerable chunk out of my BP, so
Yeah, let's talk about what your cost next month is going to be for just the buildings alone. Next month, your military academy is going to cost 6 more, and that's it that you have for buildings currently owed.
So what
Um,
do I want to start?
Honestly, a stockyard in your other fucking house. Like if you look, you have a farm there and 2 farms around it. You can easily build 3 more, and then increases the value of all 6 farms that you could potentially have. Like stockyard there would probably be a good thing.
In Shinrotar?
In Shinrotar, yeah. And a stockyard offers you. Where's your stockyard over here? Holy shit, is your stockyard not even labeled inside of your kingdom? Huh.
Is it not?
Yeah, it goes house 4, watchtower 1, stable, garrison, granary, all that shit down. It doesn't even have your stockyard in there. You've been penalizing yourself this whole time.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
It decreases your stability by 1, but increases your economy by 1. But still, and increases your productivity and all that. So cool. But would you like to start another stockyard in your other place, or do you want to do these other buildings that you've been chomping at the bit for, like your tavern, courthouse, and park?
What was
baths
the
and airy.
cost? What was the cost for the stockyard?
Stockyard, sir, is 5 VP for 4 months.
Let's get it started.
Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this here and go over to Shinrotar. Which location do you want on Shinrotar?
We can do it to the left of the barracks.
Okay. Are there any building limitations for a stockyard?
I don't believe so.
It's supposed to be, what is it, 5 BP for what? 4 months then?
Yes. That's what you said, at least.
Because it's usually stockyard 5. Oh, so it's 5 for 3. Because you're automatically paying 5 right now.
Okay.
Because you're starting it now. So for 3 more months. Cool. Cool. So you pay that 5 right now, brings you from 25 down to a whopping 20 left. Any other things you want to get started? That because I know you're trying to make your primary place a bit bigger. Oh, is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, so it's still just a village here. That'll also help greatly increase that. You're also thinking about building houses here.
Let's start the baths.
Baths is 4 BP for 2 months. So
Yeah, because it's not near a water source, so it's doubled.
Oh, otherwise it'd be halved.
Correct.
And you wouldn't want that in your other kingdom, in your other location?
I didn't even think about it. I was just trying to fill squares.
You can put baths next to the Bordalo. That way you can
That's funny. Yeah, actually, why don't we do that?
So is it 2 BP for 2 months, or is it 4 BP and done?
4 BP and done.
Okay, so baths are just straight up done in here. Is it? It has to touch the water, right?
Yeah, it has to be adjacent.
Okay, so right next to your Bordalo, you have baths. How exciting!
Well, we found the skank district.
All right. That is 1 more to economy, 1 more to stability, and some more peoples, which is good news. So that reduces your BP by 4 more. And
I
did you?
think I'm gonna have to...
I was gonna say, you could still do a park, which for some reason says 1 divided by 4. I think it's the other way around though. I think it's 4 for 1 month. You can immediately finish a park.
Yeah.
Or you can start an airy, or you can start a courthouse, or you can start a tavern.
Actually, I'm gonna
Airy's communication with your allies. What's up?
I'm actually gonna hold off because my BP's getting a little low.
I think you're what, at 20?
Yeah.
No, 16. Okay. That's not that bad, right? Jake, don't you think you should build 1 more thing?
How much does he have left?
16.
Oh yeah, definitely. You should build something else.
Jake gets comfortable if it's double digits. That's the only reason why I asked him.
Interesting.
Cell gets comfortable when it's touching 0. Well, he doesn't have to spend 16, Snaga. He can totally do 4 for a courthouse or a park, or he could do 6 for an area or a tavern. Which gives you the best ROI right off the bat? Tavern, courthouse. I honestly don't remember what a courthouse even does for you.
It's pretty good.
Oh, courthouse is even part of the original rules. It's over here. Okay. That means it's got to be good.
Yeah.
Clauses. Courthouse is... it's +2 loyalty. And a discount on a jail. Does that... Oh, they already have a jail there. So, worth having if you want a second jail. But +2 loyalty is not like, oh my god, crazy awesome. You know what I mean? So, you can hold off on a courthouse. A tavern provides for you. +1 economy loyalty and increases your base value, which is awesome. But it has to be next to a house. Technically, Nick, this can't be a courthouse. This has to be a house of sorts.
I thought we could
Oh,
go
you have a house across the way.
road.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. My apologies. Okay, then you also have the other ones you're looking at are an airy and a park. What does a park offer? I think it's just +1 like loyalty or some shit. Oh,
Yes.
-1 on rest as well. You were going to use that if you had more unrest than you expected. Yeah, park is
Correct.
like your Hail Mary to get rid of unrest. And then lastly is the airy, which offers you
It's on the sheet.
+2 stability, -1 unrest, +1 special defense, also plus the stability against monster attacks involving flying creatures, but it's also better communication with your allies as well. It's easier to send word because more or less it takes less than a day or about a day for them to receive a word, and then about a day for you to receive it back, which is way better than it's been. Even in theory, less than a day, you know? I just have to do the math
Yeah.
for flying.
We can start with the tavern.
Okay. Spend 6 BP. I'll set it up correctly for you. 6 BP. 1 month. And I turn this from italics to bold. Cool. All right. Awesome. So that gets you down to what, 10 left in your BP?
Yeah.
Cool. You are good to go there, sir. Anonymous Nyan Cat. Weird. Because somebody said Nyan to me on Twitter earlier, so it just makes me laugh. Awesome. So that's good to go. Perfect. After that, sir, is going to be creating of armies, issuing edicts.
No, I don't have enough to start an exploration edict yet, so.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. After that is going to be no edicts, no nothing. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Then after that is going to be income phase. You're going to be able to withdraw from the treasury. Do you want to take anything out or no?
No, I'm good.
Any deposits?
Nope.
Sell any expensive items.
I am good.
Collect taxes. You gonna pass that one too?
Yes.
Okay, we can pass that one. That's fine. All right,
Yeah.
let's move on to event phase. Go ahead, roll your luck die.
Yeah, let me just check and make sure I updated everything correctly. Economy
Joe, I
has
think he's being
adjusted.
conservative because he just lost what's his face.
Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah, considering Eric's a follower, so if Eric dies, I'm really gonna take a hit. So no bitches. Yeah, no bitches. So let's roll that luck. If there's any left in the pool.
All right.
2. All right. Oh, Cell left me with two luck die. That's very generous of him.
There's only 4.
Likely story.
Jake, do you ever have the problem of no luck die left for you?
That
that
usually
happens
does happen.
What was that, Jake? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that has happened a few times.
Oh, that Nick used another luck die on you?
Oh, for sure.
Sure.
Between the Cell then Nick, yeah.
I barely use more than you.
Is this
Who's
bonus
used-
BP
who's used
accurate,
more?
Scott?
Bonus
Six.
BP. Hold on, let me see. Well, let me see where it came from.
Terrain.
Yeah, terrain. Yeah. That's from your sawmills. You have
That's right.
4 from sawmills and 2 from where are they? Ranches.
From Bird Apple.
That's why building those is worth it because you actually it pays. Did you roll an 81, motherfucker? We have to redo that math. God damn it. Ugh. So 1 plus 60, which is a huge ass number, mind you. 1 plus 60 is 61. Plus what else did you get? A 2. So that's 63. Take away 10 is only 53. So 53 divided by 3 is 17 plus 6, is it? Plus 6. So yeah, 17 plus 6 is 23. So 23 instead of 7. Nick? Huh?
Yay.
Good job, Nick. God damn it. How are you this consistently this bad?
Cell used up all the 20s.
Ah.
I deserve them.
Wow.
Sure.
Nick, you can't say I use up all the 20s because they weren't yours to be rolled.
I mean,
Right.
We know
Right.
this.
There's
This is a fact.
something called entitlement. And
Yeah,
Nick,
I'm as a zoomer, I'm entitled to the better
no,
rolls.
no,
Okay.
Nick hits all the criteria of somebody who should feel like he's entitled. You know what I mean? Millennials, right? Male. Come on.
That's right.
The list keeps going. You
Yep.
know? American.
Mid to late 30s, American, slightly overweight, works in tech.
I mean,
You
all
nailed
sorts
it.
of entitlement. Yep. We're from New England. We actually do deserve many things because we're from New England. We're the best. So you're welcome for your freedom. But yeah, all right. Good job, Nick. Cool. Are you ready for your event phase?
Yeah. We set the tone. So
Well, the first event phase that needs to be taken care of is whether or not you find Eric. You wanna do that first?
dear fucking Lord. Yeah, let's get it over with.
Okay. So, how was Eric taken? Why don't you remind all of us?
Eric was going to meet up with was it other Hafui to investigate the
The people in the woods,
yes, the people in the woods.
the barbarians. Okay. Well. Oh boy. Here we go. So you go to meet up with the people inside the woods. Eric does to see if he can meet with them. Unfortunately, things go very. Sorry, he goes to meet with the Hafui to talk about the people in the woods, see if he could learn about them, learn any details about what their faith is, what their all sorts of aspects of their culture and whatnot are. See if they can even be spoken to, or if they're mindless beasts, etc., etc. Because they seem to come off as like barbarians, right? Unfortunately, things go not well, and Eric is unfortunately taken away. So you go trying to find Eric to see if there's even any semblance of what it is that you need to do to discover where he went. You bring your army with you, and you must continue to pay the consumption of a mobile army. Did we do that for your consumption phase? Did we include that? We did not. We had you pay 2 for resting armies. You were supposed to pay a little bit more than that. Your armies tab. You brought with you, what's her name's army?
Zara.
Hakubu, and their active consumption is 5 per week, as opposed to 2 per resting. Uh-oh. So you were supposed to pay for that first week, you're actually supposed to pay what, 4 more in consumption right off the bat. So your BP should be 4 less. And then we'll worry about stacking that up for your next upcoming kingdom turn afterwards. As long as you bring the army with you, you're going to have benefits to this roll. But it's going to cost you considerably. Do you want to bring the army with you or no?
Yep, we're going in.
Okay. Cool. Sorry, this is a read something. So you're going in. Cool. For you, sir, this is going to be a event, a kingdom task. Before we get down to the RP aspects of it. So for Narin, his modifier. Why does it look like trash? What's the stat you guys are supposed to be using for your leadership roles?
Charisma, knowledge, warlords.
Knowledge. That's what it is. Knowledge warlords. Nick, don't you have knowledge warlords?
Yeah,
How many ranks do you have in it?
8.
Oh, okay. This is 1 up here. And fuck! I keep forgetting. I can't fucking do. So this is supposed to be 8. Okay, and then you've been ruling your clan for how long? Have you been in charge of your clan? Do we update this every time? I feel like we don't.
No.
I do. I update mine every time.
Oy vey. When was the last time Nick updated his?
Did mine like every 3.
Where are you boys at for your longest people?
Should be like 27,
It's 28.
28.
Jesus, so
I'm at
Nick
29,
is behind
actually.
by 10.
Well, that's Nick for you. I'm at 29 then.
Shade.
What are the half
pretty
people at?
Not Ferris, though. Ferris is relative. I think literally from last turn. So Ferris goes to 1. Shala should be at 28. Tonscrew should be at 28. They're from the beginning. Ryan should be at 28 from the beginning. Eric Hoof came later on, but should still be much more. So Eric Hoof shouldn't be 28, but what's that? 10 more is 22. Granted, not there at the moment. Michigo, I believe, came way later on, too, around the same time as Eric Hoof, right? So Karzug should have much more. Jesus Christ, I don't know. 14 months?
She's been
Sure.
here for at least a year.
Yeah. 14 down here. And then you have Dazarox, should be up there at 22. And you should also be 28. Okay, that just changes your ability to roll. So every month you want to add to those just so you're aware. And Jake, what's yours at?
On what?
Yours is 28 months?
Yeah. So Nick's
Okay.
gonna be 29.
Yeah, Nick should be 29 because he's just ahead of you. Cool. So let's just update these one
Uh,
more.
Also, we've caught up to the Martyr Rising now, haven't we?
It's in August.
Is that?
Yep. That's what Joey
Almost.
told me.
Oh,
We got a couple months.
All right.
We're
That,
in what, June or is it July?
you guys are in springtime, the end of spring, early summer. So probably June. All right, cool. So, sir, you are with your +6 modifier, and you're bringing your army with you. This group of 50, they're going to give you an additional +5. It's like bringing adventurers, right? It's just more expensive because they have more versatility. So that gives you a +11. This is also going to be for you because you're going into there to try to quell the issues. This is going to be a stability check for you. So +11 becomes a +13. Unfortunately for you, this is not an easy roll trying to find him needle in a haystack. I'm going to set them up as... I'm going to set this up as formidable. So it's a +13 against a DC 23. You have to roll at least a 10 or higher against this one, sir. You got your
Okay.
1, so your 1's out of the way. Let's do this. Okay. That is a an 18 against a 23. It's a failure, but not a critical failure. So, me 1 second to read something else real quick.
So he's dead like Gorzov.
It's very possible.
Oh, Gorzo was a crit fail though.
It was.
No.
Yeah,
The
well.
first time, but the second time wasn't.
Mm.
The second, oh, it may have been. I didn't
Okay.
succeed the second time.
All right, Nick. This is how we're gonna do it. You are going to be there. You're going to be there, traunting through the woods with your people, trying like fuck to find your way to where what's his name is, to where Eric was taken off to. Unfortunately, you couldn't find Eric. You've searched and searched for Eric, but you were not able to find where he was taken. You just couldn't. Eventually, you come across some Hafue. Out of, I imagine, frustration, you would send your men in there to go and latch onto and attack these Hafue, doing what you can to try to gather them to get any amount of intel whatsoever. You do want to lose Eric. Being inside the woods this long, with this many people, it's difficult. Supplies quickly run low. Everything around you is trying to batter you and destroy you. Your people are constantly having to fight against the number of sturges, reptiles, various other horrifying insects and creatures and whatnot that happen to be inside here. Needless to say, your army is beat to shit. The morale is being lowered. Their wounds are starting to stack up. Some of them are not able to fight, etc., etc. Effectively, your army is brought like to the bloodied condition. You know, something that can be returned from, but not destroyed by any stretch of the imagination. Morale for this army is, of course, reduced. If you're looking at your tab, you look at your army, the morale for this army usually sits at a 2, 4, 6, 7 because you succeeded that combat before. I'm going to have your morale reduced by a 1d4 minus 1. Have somebody in chat roll a d4 and hope to God they roll low.
Snake, are you in there?
Snake, roll me a 4, baby. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Keegan's back! Joey's probably on his cell phone, so there's a bit of a delay. All right, that is writing me paragraphs.
He said
long.
snake, not Snaga.
Oh, I'm sorry, Snake. Oh, summon Snake. I'm sorry, I was thinking Snaga. Haha.
Yeah.
Haha. Ha. Guess Snake's not there. Do somebody else.
All right. Well, Keegan popped up. Go for it.
Go, Keegan, go. Go, 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 Keegan, go. Go, go. And here we go. Boom. Actually, somebody might die right now, Will. Eric might die. Keegan. Is it your first
Got
time?
the one.
Oh, my God. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's an exclamation point D4. There we go. Ooh! So the morale drops by 2, Nick. Okay? So go from, I think, a 7 to a 5. So,
Great.
unfortunately, it goes down. And they have the bloodied condition as well, et cetera, et cetera. So they're just beat to shit right now. They're not doing good. But you're able to pin down some Hafue that happen to be there. Now, does your character actually speak Sylvan?
I don't think I picked any languages for my character, to be blunt.
Wow.
Do you have an int mod?
I'm looking right now. I'm trying to load it. He does a +1. His languages are actually Karuk and Perrin, which are the base languages. So he does get to have 1 more, and it makes sense that your other language would probably be Sylvan because of where you live.
Sounds good.
Saved by the laziness.
I mean, it's one he should have chosen originally. So, boom, cool.
I like to think it's my other crushing responsibilities in life that keep me from updating my
you
D&D
don't.
sheets.
You don't have responsibilities in life, Nick. You only play D&D once a week. It's the only time you exist.
All right. So there we go. Awesome. So Nick, you speak Sylvan, so you have your men have gathered these Hafue. As for how many Hafue they were actually able to capture for you, we're gonna go ahead and let Keegan roll for me one more time. Keegan, roll me a d6. Nick, how would your men and women that are serving capture these people?
How would they capture them?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're a mounted unit, so we would usually just surround them cavalry-wise and then just pin them down that way.
Perfect. Now, when you have them
So,
detained, are these like tied up, or are they like literally pinned down? Like how do you have it done? How
they're
are they being
basically
detained?
just they're in a circle filled with lances. That's pretty much it.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
not
So
gonna.
this is a very temporary thing. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I didn't know if you wanted to do the United States Police Force approach and just have them resist arrest. So
Yeah. No, we're not
I,
waterboarding.
I know you've been on the other side of that before, where you were resisting arrest before. For running your mouth, somehow you were resisting arrest. So
Yes. Yeah. I was
fun.
resisting arrest without violence, but somehow I made it to the to the local holding cells covered in blood.
Yep.
It's amazing what can happen.
Yep. Absolutely. Isn't that fun?
Yeah. Yeah. It's apparently when you tell a cop he has a small penis, that's what happens. So
Well, I mean, what did you expect?
Maturity,
I'm pretty sure
integrity.
I'm pretty sure I was 20. I expected to exactly what happened.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Give me 1 second. So you have them pinned down, surrounded by your Kabatori that are still able to move. Your soldiers still able to fight, with spears out, pointing at them all around. You come riding in from the position where you were kind of giving command from. You come riding into where they are and are able to see them, who are kind of like looking around. They're clearly weighing their options, but know that any attempt to flee would likely kill or injure all of them.
So I guess this is where I come in and start I don't know, what would this be? Diplomacy?
Diplomacy, is that how you're going to open? Hey guys, can I get you some tea?
There's multiple forms of diplomacy, right?
Yeah, one of them starts with intimidation.
I guess it's mostly I'm just basically where's Eric, or I'm looking for a Hofue that has been captured or detained by primitive folk. I don't are they? I don't even remember if they were humans or not. I think they were humans.
They're type of barbarians, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can absolutely use diplomacy, but unfortunately, because of the scenario you find yourself in, remember, these are hostile creatures. The DC for the diplomacy starts at 25 and climbs from there, right? Because that's how hostile works. So diplomacy is absolutely an option you can use.
I guess I'll start with intimidate then. It doesn't really matter, but yeah.
Go ahead.
So I will roll my check. I will roll dog shit.
So you start asking like this kind of questions, looking for Hofue, blah blah blah, all this fun stuff. They spit, like one of them spits on the ground in front of you and starts calling you, calling like obscenities in their Sylvan tongue, which unfortunately you understand keenly. You're like, oh, that was unpleasant.
Fuck. That leaves me with nothing.
Okay, give me 1 second, because you do have an NPC with you, so I will take over at this point. All right, here we go. So, Zara, who is amongst your people, who is the ones like leading them and taking command, so on and so forth, looks to you and says, Warlord, I know this is not something that you're particularly comfortable with, but I can soften them if you'd like.
Do what has to be done.
Uh,
Eric is prominent.
she nods, like a slow nod, kind of assuming that you're going to turn and see to your injured men and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay. Zara is immediately then going to turn and use some fairly aggressive tactics, making use of the spears and where they are and so on and so forth. Unfortunately,
Did you see that tickle the 16 too? It was on there for like a half a minute.
Unfortunately, Zara is what they say about trying to get proper intel from torture. It doesn't really work out so well, despite the fact that she goes heavy-handed with them trying to get information. Why don't we go ahead and have speaking of thumb screws, Ashton, roll me a d6 in chat, please. Half of them are rendered either too injured from the aggressive way that they are being interrogated, or at the very least, unresponsive to any questioning. Like, not necessarily that they're so injured that they can't move, but also just like they refuse. At this point in time, it's kind of like just a fuck you, I'd rather die, kind of scenario. So after, like, again, several hours of kind of going at this, she will then, come back to you, riding her mount over to where you are, dismount, and walk up to you and be like, Warlord, things aren't going well. Despite our severe tactics, they are holding firm. They're not willing to share any information, and I don't understand why.
Cut them loose. This is getting us nowhere. We're just wasting time.
She nods and says, if we cut them loose, we have no chance of finding anything.
Bring me their leader.
I will see if she was able to discover which one of their leaders are. Or she nods and says, I will attempt to. Hey, we're both rolling like shit. She nods and says, I'm not sure they had a leader amongst them, but at the very least, I will try to bring.
Can I assist her
Most
and give her a +3?
I mean, sure, yeah. Do we do automatic failures in this game, Cell? We do, don't we?
Not for skill rolls.
Do we do crits?
We do.
Yeah. Usually skill rolls is a no on Pathfinder, but remember, we do crits on this game. Crit successes and crit fumbles.
That's what we agreed upon forever ago. You agreed to it, Nick. It was,
I don't remember this.
Yeah.
it's only on advisor rolls, not 1s and 20s don't count.
Yeah. So she says, I'll bring you the one that, like, more or less the oldest amongst them. Kind of assuming that might be the leader. So she goes over and they cut loose the others, but leaves one there, one of the remaining 3.
That's fine. I will pin him down and I'll be like, look, I've given your people the treatment for the frost affliction that came through. I asked for nothing. I'm missing my man. He is one of you. I will burn this forest to the ground if I cannot find him.
You can roll your one last intimidation check.
Why do I always close my sheet?
You can always open in another window.
Yeah, I've got too many tabs open right now.
Okay. It says to you, we did not get anything like that. You tell lies, but you are also looking wrong. You are a fool. We don't know where your puppet is. We don't know where your pet is. We never saw him. We never saw him ever.
Where are the barbarians?
Roll a sense motive.
That is a terrible one.
Are you happy with your 15?
Where is Zara?
I
She
can
can
roll it.
assist with that. Yeah.
She gives you a +2.
+3.
Oh, she has that ability too?
I believe. Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know about that
Actually,
ability.
sh-
Yeah, I don't think so.
no, she doesn't. Okay, just a +2.
Yeah.
So that brings me to a 17.
Fucking look
Sorry,
it.
Jake. Yeah, 21.
All right, 21 total. You realize when you ask that, there's a bit of like a fear in its eyes, and it says, and as you can see, like the fear in its eyes, it says, "What's barbarians? I just see your people."
How would I put this?
Oh my fucking back! I gotta stand back up. I'm getting these huge twangs of pain. Sucks.
What direction
Oop.
should I be looking in?
For this, you can go ahead and roll a Oh my fucking back! You can go ahead and try to roll diplomacy because you're trying to I imagine you're trying to be a little bit more cooing with this and less intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to take his eyes, but that's the next step. If he only sees me, then I guess he won't see anything else after.
Oh my fucking back! Oh, so much pain all day. It sucks. Wow. Are you happy with that? So anyways, so yeah, you with your 30 diplomacy check, there's a moment like where should I look? And like as you kind of like are able to clearly read it, it lies to you. It says you look up.
They're in the trees.
You look behind. They know where you are. They follow. They prepare. They attack all. They attack us as well.
You have done us all a great service. If we
Spits on the
survive this
ground.
day, yeah, that's fine. Said, if we survive, we will end this.
Shakes his head. You will not find. They will find you. And you will regret. And I will dance on your grave. I will eat the fruit of the trees that grow where you fall.
And may you choke on them. And I'll just let them go.
They will, of course, leave. Zara looks at you and says, "Fuck."
Zara, we're gonna bait them.
She shakes her head and says, "Warlord, look at our men. Look at them. They're exhausted. Supplies are running low. Morale is starting to deplete, even after killing trolls. If we're going to bait them now, who's to say we are going to be able to walk away from this? This Hafue right here was even afraid. I will
This
gladly
isn't an
fight along.
option.
Go ahead.
This isn't an option.
She nods and says, I will gladly fight alongside you. I will gladly die alongside you. And Daelric is absolutely worth dying for. The question is whether or not there's even a chance to save him. Or are we just throwing our lives at nothing? We've seen zero sign of Eric. And the Hafue that we've encountered so far have not seen any sign of him either. It's very unlikely that he's just lost out here. He came from here.
We're going to do everything we can. I will not be building another memorial.
She nods and says, very well, Warlord. I will mobilize the troops and prepare the rations. See what we can discover in the lands nearby. Should have kept the Hafue for food. The Kamatori are going to get hungry.
Just so we're clear, the strategy is going to be marching back to Shinrin and then putting ourselves in a position basically to make ourselves look weak, to instigate an attack. We know they're following us. We want to give them an opportunity to show themselves.
My concern is that I don't think we need to try to make ourselves look that way. Very well, Warlord. We will begin the trek back, and I'll await your next order. And she'll, give you like a salute or whatever, and she'll turn to go and inform the soldiers of what the fuck they're doing. Not telling them the plan, obviously. That would be foolish, right?
Mm-hmm.
But giving them their orders of what to do. And you can start trekking your way back. For trekking your way back, Nick, you're going to have to go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Terrible. Fucking Christ.
Unfortunately, the woods of Eldamar, the forests out here, are seemingly ever changing. It almost feels like the forest itself doesn't want you in and certainly doesn't want you out. It always feels like when you come across an area that seems familiar to you, it turns out was wholly different. And when you come across an area that was wholly different, you've actually just turned the corner. You knew exactly where that was before. It's eternally frustrating. It doesn't help that the animals make strange noises, seemingly never consistent. That plants can change colors even while you're there. That sometimes at nighttime, with the glowing lights that occasionally exist in there, is brighter than the day, and the daytime with the thick canopies and various mists and fogs inside the forests are darker than the night. It is very, very unfortunate.
Oh, that's a good point. Would there be any benefit to Zara giving aid and me lucking it? That would max. That would get me to a 14.
Okay, you can roll for her.
Shit. There you go.
Okay, so that is a +3 for you, so that gets you to an 11. You can try to luck if you'd like. Okay, so that 11 brings you to a 14. You lose days inside there trying to find your way back. But eventually you do find yourself from the deeper reaches of the forest inside a lighter area. But that doesn't change the fact that it's once again more straining for your soldiers. That your supplies are running even lower. That the constant battle against the forest itself is abusing you even further. but potentially your leadership was able to stave off the additional morale loss or the additional exhaustion, stave off the able to battle back the creatures with enough fervor that wounds sustained are relatively minor. Go ahead and make me a profession warlord check. Solid. Your direct leadership, when and where it's needed, has guided the soldiers. Your presence being there has emboldened them. They're able to stave off any additional concerns beyond this. Though, even you can hear it amongst your soldiers that they think that this search for Eric is in vain, that the whole thing is foolish. That is, unfortunately, up until a time where... survival. Oh, so that is unfortunately up until a time where you finally break through the tree line and are able to see off in the distance your fortification, nearly complete. You can see that the soldiers are now starting to walk up in the parapets that you have being built up there, or however the structure looks in your mind, that are being built up there. The gates are finally finalized. The construction of that whole fort is almost complete. There's even scouts that happen to be in the area that notice you as you're breaking through the tree lines to see the hill that's over in the region. They come over to meet with you. You're able to return. No, Eric. You can, of course, foray back in if you'd like. You just need to find your way home first. Or at least along the way.
I'll have to rest the men.
So you bring them to the fort to go and relax for a bit?
Yeah.
You bring them to the fort. Let's enter into RP. Didn't you bring one of your other advisors up to this fort area as well? I can't recall. I know it's you and Zara, but I thought somebody else was here too.
I think it was Ryan that was up there. Was he? Yeah.
I believe it was. Not Consecrate, though. He was kind of watching things in your absence. Cool. So Ryan is up there with you, so you can explain to Ryan the situation and whatnot and get some counsel from Zara. Feel free to lay it out however you would like.
Essentially, we know we're being tracked. We know we're told we're being tracked. Karzug, I don't know. That's a good question. Would we have picked up Karzug? Because I'm pretty sure she got her ass beat by the trolls.
Karzak got her ass beat by the trolls?
Yeah, she failed that check. And then, so we had just went right back to go in and sweep them.
Yeah, I think she
She
went
would've
back
went
to the
back to the-
capital, yeah.
Yeah,
Her and
that's
Consecrate would rule in your absence.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't realize Karzak's plowing Consecrate in your absence.
Whatever. Good for him.
Go ahead.
Shit. So essentially, we need to basically trap these people who are able to move through the trees undetected or lure them in. So,
Ryan?
yeah. So this is where Ryan and Shala, how do we set a trap or make a situation tempting for these people to respond?
Ron says, the problem is the people here, they've lived here for so long. This is their home. Even when you look at this fortification, this ruins that we were able to use to build ourselves off of the ruins, an outpost of sorts. You could see old design and markings and the like that suggest the people that lived here before. They also had a degree of unity with the lands. We don't share that kinship. To us, the land is something to be taken. It's resources. We need it. We want it. We take it. But they live in it and among it. It's their way of being. So as a tree is an asset to build or to burn, for them it's a pathway to walk. It's going to be a difficult thing to draw them from. You could attempt to agitate them, to draw them to you. But to do so, you need to not show your weakness. They probably already find you weak, but are disinterested in attacking you. Much like if you come across an ant in its colony. Another insect coming across an ant in its colony would see it to be strong, but far removed from it, it's weak, easily destroyed. That's you in there. Maybe pissing it off would draw it to you. I don't know if they are the kinds that would attack if you were to burn the forests. The Hafue certainly would, but you don't believe that's what you're hunting. But we also never heard of these things or seen these things prior to us building deeper into the woods. So perhaps the sawmills themselves, the lumber yards themselves, are what's attracting them. Maybe the burning and the cutting would have an effect. I wish I had more to offer than this, but I rightly don't know. Leadership in a battlefield is not something I'm particularly keen at. Zara would chime in and say, the warlord, they have attacked us outside of the trees twice now, if it's the barbarians we believe it to be. At least once. Why are they leaving the trees? I get the wanting to be in here because we're trying to find Eric and bring him home. But why are they leaving the trees? We need at least one of them to find our way back, right? At the very least, maybe we can find a battlefield that better suits us. The Field of Ash. Where Kushibashi, where Shado Tessel burns a portion of the forest down. Perhaps we can go there. At least then things could be more in our favor. Draw them from the trees.
This is a plan. We go to the Field of Ash, and if they do not come to us, we spread the ash. One way or another, a fight will be had.
Ryan will say, I'm curious, Warlord. If a feeble old man like myself were lost in the woods, would you put so much fervor into trying to rediscover myself as well? He's not even that old.
Ryan.
He's just lots of diseases.
You are an integral part of Clan Kuchibashi. If you were taken by a foreign asset, I would hunt you and them down.
I respect your loyalty, but also see a flaw in it. I imagine this is something somebody will exploit in us in the future. But I appreciate it. He nods and says, We already know how akin to fire that ash is, how it's affected other things. It might even be flammable, despite being ash itself. Something to bear in mind. But good luck out there. I don't think I can offer much more than words.
Okay, so that's our next steps.
One last thing. I really have to go pee, so I'm gonna walk away for about maybe 2 minutes. We can all walk away for about 2 minutes, or maybe you can talk to Cell and he can give his advice.
Why would you want my advice?
Because in the meta, it's nice to have another PC's advice. Do you guys want 2 minutes, or you want to chat?
Leave it to Nick.
I'm gonna go grab a snack.
All right, cool. Away screen for about 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
I couldn't get directly to where you are.
There we go.
Well, it's just I made right before he went missing, I made Eric a follower as well. And
So if he
bumped him up,
dies-
so-
Well, I mean, what do you actually lose if he dies?
Follower?
It hurts. Yeah.
Leadership score drops.
Well, you have to cause the death of the follower.
He gave him a direct order to come here.
I guess.
It can't be like the guy ate a bad cheese it, you know. But if it's like you'll eat that cheese it and then he died, you'd be like, oh shit.
I'm pretty sure this was Eric's suggestion. So
It was a suggestion, but it's only a -1. Is it permanent?
Yes. The reason why it's permanent is because the number above 25 doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So stacking -1s doesn't matter when your number is 42. All right. All right, here we go. You ready?
let's
Oh, by
go.
the way, Cell didn't get. We didn't start until 9:30, so Cell only got an hour and a half. Sorry.
I know. I keep being bullied by chat. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, like legit. Take a half hour off the top. That's the way it goes.
Maybe if you stop saying things like "Ooh, chat's bullying me," they'll stop
Well,
bullying
listen,
you.
chat is listen. All right, chat is bullying me. All right, and chat likes to do it. All right, because they're sadists. All right,
Is
they
it
like the
chat?
suffering
Is it
of
chat or
others.
is it Steve? I mean,
No, look up. Xylemo said it too,
Zyle.
and
Okay.
Xylemo likes me.
We all like you. If we didn't like you, we wouldn't
Sure.
bully you,
True.
right? Like if it wasn't, if it was like legit, like that wouldn't be fun. Like
Sure,
bullying
it
is
wouldn't
only
be
out of
fun.
love. Like bullying for like out of a mean heart is not entertaining. That's like, no, that motherfucker needs to be punched in the dick.
Listen, I appreciate you, Xylemos. I got a little lizard buddy that's like, he's not a follower, is he? He's too high level to be, right?
Are you asking me?
The lizard dude, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, not a follower.
But he's like follower. Anyway, let's get back to Nick rolling 2 at most. Sadly.
Oh, that took a minute.
That is accurate.
All right, Nikolai, are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So you, sir, are you give your soldiers like a day to rest, restock your supplies, so on and so forth, before you go diving back in. That day to rest is important because it removes the fatigue condition. You also need to try to make sure that your army isn't going to be bloodied. Hey, so how do you heal from bloodied again? Do you remember?
You have to go through the steps of recruiting an army. You have to like recruit an army. You have to recruit people to resupply the armies to full strength. So it's not something you could do in a day. Well, actually, it is technically, but you have to do it at a settlement, not at the fort.
He has extra soldiers though that he can switch out with his army. So, because this was
Then-
not done by mass combat, I would say that he can get himself back up.
That seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, because this wasn't done in mass combat, so I don't want to penalize him too heavily for it. So, okay, cool. So you'll just have to walk in a bit damaged. That's all. So, anyways, when you go heading back to the northeast of your little camp fort thingy there, ready to go and try to fight these creatures, try to draw them out. The idea is to try to get them to attack you. You make your way over to the Ashen area, and you settle in. Important thing to note about this area is that the soot that happens to be here, if you move around even a little bit, it kicks it up a lot. It's not something you really want to breathe in either, because it has like a burning sensation in your lungs and throat if you breathe it in. So you want people to kind of like stay kind of low, so not move around too much, because again, poofs up clouds and breathing it in isn't very good. You're in there for not even an hour's time, traveling to that spot, kind of making your way into it before you realize spending too much time here is probably not the wisest of decisions. Not that you can't be here or be near to here, but spending too much time specifically in this spot is probably not the wisest of decisions because of the discomfort that it can provide. Ryan had already made the suggestion that if you wet rags and wear them over your nose and mouth, that it'll stave off any concerns of inhaled particles while you're inside that region. And so, of course, you've kind of prepared your people with additional cotton or the like that you can use to do this, and you've brought with you additional water and whatnot to be able to pull that off. But that doesn't necessarily mean you want to be doing it right now. So turning to Zara for communication, you already realize that staying here for too long is probably not a good idea. What's your plan? What order do you give her? Do you want to stay? Do you want to fall back? Push on? Like, what's your idea?
We're gonna stay on the outskirts. I would like to see if we could take the ash, put it in a mud ball, and sling it into the trees, if that would have any effect of trying to smoke out who's following us.
Interesting idea. I'm fine with this option, but I'm gonna have you roll for me a like an alchemy check. You or Zara, if neither of you have that, why don't you roll for me an intelligence check? There's that too. So that's your fault. You did that.
Wait. Better waste it on that than something more important later.
I guess, yeah.
You give command
Think
to one of
about
your
it.
soldiers to wet this thing, and another soldier goes over and helps them. Tries to get it set up and throw it inside a mud ball. And they do so. They throw it into the trees, blah, 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 blah. But unfortunately, they don't realize that in wetting this stuff and putting it to their skin, it acts almost like an acid. And it literally starts burning their skin. It actually reacts to their skin in a fairly reactive manner. It is uncomfortable to say the least, injuring two more of your soldiers to the point where they're not going to be able to continue fighting.
Oh, God.
Nick just sacrificing people left and right.
He's discovering.
It's the burdens of science.
Okay, so you throw it into the trees. The trees react in a way that you would hope, though. There seems to be like a charring happening along the trees where the ash clings to. There seems to be the leaves that they touch have that, like if you try to set a leaf on fire, but it's too wet to properly burn, it just has a like shriveling kind of like red coloration to it for a few moments, and then immediately it just like stops and dries up some of the areas around where the burning stops. Has that sort of sensation where kind of like smacks through. It takes a bit for you to notice this. I should have made you make a perception check, but hey, you just got a free result. For you to notice this, but it does have the a beneficial effect. Go ahead and roll me a warlord check, profession warlord check. You realize if they are in the trees, if they are watching you, this might actually entice them to want to come out. If these trees mean anything to them, harming the trees might draw them out. You now know to be careful with the water with the ash. You don't have to have any more of your people get injured. They can appropriately prepare themselves with putting the ash inside of thin, the things they're supposed to wear over their faces. You put the ash inside of that, add the water there, tie that off, and throw it. That would work as well, or anything else, anything similar that would allow it so their hands aren't actually what's on the ash.
Excellent. We could just wet the arrows, dip it in the ash, and shoot it at the trees or something of that. Yeah.
Sure. Using supplies
Sure.
like that, of course. So you get them to do this again. really looking to agitate the area. Now, of course, you're not in the Ashen area at the moment. You're choosing to hang along the borders, like you had already said beforehand. But that doesn't change the fact that they, wherever they might be, so that doesn't change the fact that you. No, my apologies. You're not actually in the area. You're removed from it, but that means that you're still close enough to it that you can get the supplies that you need to, even if somebody literally walks over by like a minute or two to scoop some up and come back. So it's not like it's particularly far. While you're getting your troops to start moving to another location, like you said, kind of scouting along the rim here, sticking to the borders. I'm going to have you go ahead and roll me that, once again, Professional Warlord check. Cool. And can you go ahead and roll me your scouts, what's it called? Scouting check? Your army scouting check?
Is that a 0?
Probably is.
It's plus your leadership bonus.
Oh, nice.
So it's like +8. I don't know what your leadership bonus is insane.
Yeah, it is. It's +8.
Oh, Nick, you
What's
keep
going
doing
on?
it, dude. You
What is
keep
going
doing
on?
it.
That's insane.
That's like 4 twos.
Yes, that it's not.
You
like
gotta
that
stop.
is.
You gotta stop.
Don't stop.
Absolutely.
Nick,
This is
refresh roll 20.
absolutely-
Refresh roll 20. Get a new seed.
Right?
That's not how that works, but do it anyway. All right, get the bad juju.
It's like when your friends like, I'm not using these dice today. I'm going to use my other dice, and you're like,
Yeah.
bro, that's not how it works. And they're like, no, these are bad luck dice today. And you're like, why am I friends with you? And you're like, no, it's real. It's a real thing. And then this joke just keeps going. Anyway, so cool. So yeah, the continuing on, Nick. So at one point in time, while your soldiers are traveling along, unfortunately, they are caught unawares. And by being caught unawares, I mean they're literally attacked upon, without your knowing that there's even an attack happening. So the rolls that you and I just made are for after my surprise round attack against you. Those are going to be our tactics checks to be able to respond and retaliate immediately afterwards. So I rolled with enough that you don't beat me by so much you're going to learn anything about me, because you only beat me by, what's that, 4, I think. But you will beat me when we get past these surprise rounds. But as your army is moving around and through, they're not able to see or be aware of where any of these enemies of yours are. Unfortunately for you, they are guerrilla warriors. They are not literally like ooh, 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 but they are guerrilla warriors. They're very capable of what it is that they do. So when they start fucking Ramboing out of trees and out of bushes and stuff like that to attack your people, they are not prepared for it. So I'm going to make my attack roll against the DV of your army. But let's be 100% clear here. Your army would have either been cautious, advanced, or hold firm. That was your plan the entire time. I'm not going to fuck you over on that one. What was your army's strategy going in?
I think it was hold firm. We're trying to instigate an attack. So.
Okay. And you definitely would have been missing a division with an injured second division. What's the maximum HP of your army again?
What's your ACR? That's on the armies tab.
Yeah, I know. I'm just blind at the moment. So why is it always weird?
It's below the stealth. It's like 2 below the size.
Yeah, I have 25 here. So.
Okay, so
The
ACR 5.
ACR. Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. So then your current HP for your army, especially having those 2 extra soldiers get injured, would probably be sitting at 25. They'd probably be like a 17 HP right now. So you're missing a full troop, which means that you're rolling up -1s from where you should be. You have hold firm set into your army, but your max OM and your max DV are reduced by 1, and so therefore your current OM and DV are reduced by 1 because you're missing that one division. When you are ready, what is your current OM and DV? Do you need a token to be able to keep track of this easier?
Yeah, most definitely.
Where did we have you do that before? I think it was over in this one here. There you go. Cool.
So, so we do 7. This back.
Waiting for Nick to get himself situated.
All right. I think that should be all right.
Okay. They're immediately in the engaged range with you, as they're going to do an aggressive assault after you. They're all out attacking you in the woods. So here we are. Oh, yeah. This is actually their attack roll as well. Rest in peace, Nikolai. I fucking hate my life. Did I just roll 2 4s in a row?
You can't complain. Nick has rolled like 4 2s in a row.
No, I fucking rolled. No, it's every time I do mass combat. I eat a dick. I'm just like, just every time I do mass combat.
Share some.
He went right on that thick microphone. I'm impressed.
He's done it a lot. I mean,
I'm now looking forward to this this breakfast date.
Huh. Oh shit. All right. That sucks giant dick. All right. And it jumps into your turn with me automatically just fucking sucking balls because apparently I can never roll a double-digit number to save my fucking life. All right, I'm not salty. You're salty. Roll.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Don't forget you beat me on this one, so you get an additional +1 to whatever your OM currently is. And are you changing your strategy or tactics or anything?
No, I'm still running 2 units, right? Zara and myself as a personal.
Yes, you are, which leaves you exposed as an individual that can be gobbled up.
It does. So that's the same thing. She's gonna do hold firm, and I'm gonna do all out.
Okay. I roll a fucking +15. I roll a 4. I roll a goddamn 4. I roll a fucking 4. A fucking 4. Do you have any idea how frustrating that is? To consistently roll so poorly in mass combat? I'm like, hey, this is when the bad guys are scary. And you're like, really? I'm
Yeah,
like,
so here's Zara.
yes.
It's a 19.
Hold on. Zara's holding firm, right?
Yep.
Make sure I got this right. 19 does a little bit of damage.
That's very true. That's very true, Mike.
All right, continue.
There's me.
It's twice Viking.
Why is my BB so low? I forget. All out is what, plus?
You can't swing from hold firm to what you call it without making a morale check first.
No, so Zara was hold firm. I'm all out.
-2. Oh, you were all out?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's how we went until the last battle as well.
It's a 4 swing both ways.
So that's what I thought. 19. So that's a
I'm just so
21.
I'm like so salty right now, and I'm really trying not to be. Like it's literally it's burning me up inside. Like it is pissing me the fuck off that every fucking time it comes to Kingdom Roll, the battle shit, I just suck so bad. It's literally like it's like I'm having a hard time breathing salt. You know, like when you're playing
Listen,
a
if it
video
makes you
game
feel
and
any
you're like,
better,
why am I even
it's
playing this
against
game
Nick.
anymore? Yeah.
All right, because you've critted me multiple times in mass combat. You even destroyed my giant. So
Listen, stop whining.
only against Nick. All right.
Double checking my numbers
Ah!
there.
Don't forget the Patreon session.
Go. I still rolled like shit, but
Yeah, but if you're all out and they're all out, that's plus
Plus
4 to
4.
damage.
Yep. So that is because of their current, what should we call it?
31.
No. Yeah, 31. Yeah, that fucks them way the fuck up. Like way the fuck fucked up.
Nick is a better army than our armies.
Well, yeah, but Nick's also exposing himself greatly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I could technically die, yeah.
Like,
Well, kind of. Like the camera angle. True. He's got the microphone sticking right next to him. Ooh, that hits.
yeah, but not by a ton. So Zara is a +2, -2. 25 is barely a hit. She was already attacking Zara. Oh, no, wait. Why would I have attacked? Yeah, I guess I still would have attacked Zara. Because I didn't say otherwise. You can imagine tons of soldiers are going and attacking out those soldiers. Da-da-da. So that attacks at Zara and does, that's 1. That's 5 points of damage to Zara, which I think reduces your all of your numbers by another 1 again, Nick. And are you at 12 out of 25 health points?
Yes.
You also get the bloodied condition, which means your morale goes down by 1, and you get an additional -1 to OM and DV. Cool. And then the other group is going to come out to attack you. But the other group, the leader amongst them, similar to you, it's an individual that comes over to attack, similar to the troll that attacked you before. It's an individual that come over to attack you. This person, the way that they attack you on your commatory is they literally drop down from a tree. But the person that drops down from the tree to attack you is not a person. It's a beast that drops down from the tree on top of you. At first, you think it's literally a feline, like a cat or maybe some sort of bear or something. But then, in the middle of fighting against it, you realize that this is actually a bipedal creature that seems to have some degree of sapience. You're not entirely sure what this creature is, but it is there and assaulting you and coming at you with an immense ferocity. Okay. Here we go. Unfortunately, their modifiers aren't as great as yours as individuals. But being an individual compared to their army, they're still pretty tough. So, hopefully I don't roll like shit.
Yes. Yes.
Do you want to just stop the battle and say Nick wins? I can't wait to do mass combat and get like credited instantly back. Jake, this is gonna go on us. Nick only has luck in mass combat.
Yeah, I agree.
Time to roll for tactical initiative.
No morale checks.
Oh, morale checks. Sorry.
It's DC 10.
Just barely.
Oh my god,
Ours.
Scott.
And mine is 1, 2.
What's up, Jay, by the way? Sorry, my back is just absolutely destroyed today, so I'm using my cheaper camera set on top of my expensive camera just so I could stand right now. All right, Nick, now let's roll for our fucking tactical initiative. Oh, look at that! I don't even. Ah!
You lose an action. That doesn't matter though because you're already engaged. But
But I definitely lose.
by 10.
I definitely lose. So Nick, since I lost by my whole fucking everything, you know that my intent was to stay with all-out assault to rip and tear, as Doom once taught me to do. But I was also going to use superior flanking tactics, which give me a huge boon. But since I lose a fucking action, and you can use that action in your ranged phase, you can actually use your ranged phase to maneuver your soldiers out of my tactic, to move out of my flanking tactic that I was going to use on you. So unfortunately, Nick, I don't get to use my tactic. You just tell me to eat a dick, and once again...
Munch, munch.
I like it. You also realize the only reason I can be successful in mass combat is because Scott just sucks worse than I suck.
I just wish that I loved Dick so I could enjoy this campaign more.
Well,
I wish it was like I could go at Dick the way I go at ice cream. You know what I mean? Like if I love Dick as much as ice cream, I'd love this campaign that much more. Unfortunately, it's not my cup of tea. It's
Nick,
fucking
to be
gross
fair,
like tea.
You as an army has like plus 20 OM. So like you're kind of insane.
That's true.
But again, he's
That kind of helps.
He's exposed. If I hit him hard enough, he drops.
Point
Sorry,
stand.
that shit. Although that's technically 12. I don't know if they're probably bloodied and all
Why is
sorts.
that a 12?
Because it's 8 and then never mind. That's Zara's attack.
All right.
Okay. And we'll do mine.
I imagine attacking the same group as before, try to finish them off.
Correct. Still rolling like shit, but
Okay. So, needless to say, you decimate them. They are not destroyed instantly. That's a different conversation, right? But you absolutely fucking decimate them. So the way that we're going to describe this happens is, even though Zara's soldiers are not the most effective, they're tired, they're beaten, they're battered, so on and so forth. They're doing what they can to maintain this fight. You are rallying them around the soldiers. You are having these people there as they're attacking her soldiers. You're slashing them from behind. As they're attacking you, you're cutting and moving in through the soldiers to open up so many attacks. These barbarians on foot with their weapons of what are they called? With their pikes and spears and the various other weapons, the little axes and whatnot that they're using, are no match for your superior tactics. And the fact that your commissary themselves can literally jump several feet in the air, they jump like they're playing 5e, and land on their targets, ripping them open like cassowaries, right? Like these are the commissary themselves are aiding in the combat immensely. Beaks ripping down and grabbing at shoulders, ripping open flesh. This is not an easy combat. This is quite bloody. That's kind of like how that plays out there. Now it's my turn to attack you, including with my army that's now defeated. But because it happens simultaneously, they're still attacking. What's her face? Because that's what you do. You finish out the combat, right? 1 second. Their attack before that was with the plus that. This other one was with the plus that. So it's now rolling with a plus. All right, here we go. Is the last one. This is against her. A 16. I don't think that's anywhere near her DV. Yeah, nowhere near hers. So they can't hurt her at all. So they're just unfortunately defeated. Okay, so this brings to the leader group guy. He's going to attack at Nikolai. What's his modifier? Is it plus 11? I think. Yeah. As an individual, he's attacking at Nick with his plus 11. Oh. God damn it. Hold on. That equals 21. You're all out and I'm all out, right? So that's plus 4. You take 4 points. And your ACR as an individual is what? It's
4.
probably 4. Yeah, so you actually lost an entire... so you have -1s to your OM and DV. Max and current. We have to roll our... what is it called? Morale checks. My one is defeated. My other one takes a -1 for the reduced morale. So instead of a +8, he's rolling with a +7.
There's Ooh, Zara crit. Do I get anything for Zara's crit morale roll?
No, morale doesn't. Mass combat doesn't usually make use of natty 1s and 20s. You can go ahead. Well, natty 20s do natty 1s lose a turn, and natty 20s are gain extra damage. That's usually just it. But you can go ahead and roll your own morale check. Cool, you're good too. All right, now we're gonna roll for our leadership thing. For our turns of initiative. You want to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe I'll actually roll halfway decent this time. Oh, nope. Nope. Cool, bro. You beat me by 10. Go ahead.
Sweet. So I guess we're going to get ourselves into flanking position and, yeah. We'll start with Zara. She does nothing.
Okay.
Not roll like dog shit. I haven't rolled above a 5 on an attack roll. I just...
You harm, but by no means you destroy the target. They're now going to attack back at you. Hopefully I also roll really well. A 22. Woo-wee. I'm going to go ahead and daddy's dice that. All right, I'm not out yet. So it's a 23 against your 20, and you're going to add 4 more onto that. 7 points of damage against Naren. So Naren loses another. Actually, is Naren considered bloodied at this point? Is he less than half health?
He's less than half. Correct.
So he has to make a morale check as well, I believe. Or does he just... No, he just loses a morale. So your morale goes down by 1, and your OM and DV are each going down by 2 more.
Did you adjust theirs for getting beat up?
Oh, absolutely. The other one, if you look at the numbers going down, if you look at this guy right here that you just attacked, he was rolling with 11. Now he's rolling with a 10.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You did that wrong.
Yeah.
And his original morale bonus was an 8. He rolled with a 7 because somebody went down, and now he's rolling with a 6. Of course I'm adjusting. My numbers are easy, though. I can remember them. Okay, both people pass. Let's go ahead and roll our leadership bonuses again. No, there was no flank from that. That was just a narrative flank. Flanking is an actual mechanical thing that you have to buy into.
I feel like oh wow. I didn't beat you by 10.
Yes! I beat you by 1. I beat you by... Fuck you, I hate you.
Rip Jake.
Sorry, Jake.
I was gonna get a +1 on my attack roll.
You won't need it, Jake.
Take your fucking turn.
There's Zara. Nice.
She's hold firm, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was goddamn needed. That nat 20 was earned through the course of the session.
Don't forget to add the fucking extra D4, you motherfucker.
Yeah, there's only one. But that makes it a clean 40. I like it. So 44. 48? I don't know. 44. It's been 83. Yes, Steve.
Does he like overkill the creature by 1.5?
It wouldn't even let me have that 16, so I can at least lick him before I go down. Yeah, Nick, dead, like dead, like very fucking dead, like very fucking dead, very fucking dead.
Scott, you're so salty.
Because I can't do anything.
I feel so bad because you keep doing mass combats for Nick. Do it for someone else. Will fail.
But it's not that hard. I just need to roll double digits, and then I can hurt him. But
Yeah,
instead, that 16 right there could have been a 21. That's automatically several points of damage to Nick. That could have brought Nick to a point where he's like, oh, fuck, if this guy's not dead, then I am. Like, that. All I needed was that 16 plus 5 is a 21. Nick's current DV right now is at 18. That's 3 points of damage. We're both all out. That's 7 points of damage. He has only 9 health left. If I daddy's dice that, I could have done 1, 2, 3, or 4 more points of damage and defeated Nick as an army. But no, it's like, hey, you want that 6? Go fuck yourself. God damn it. I mean, D&D is fun. All right. Jake, look at Jake's smile. How do you like them taxes now, you motherfucker? Look at that.
Scott, don't take your anger on Jake.
Look at his
He's the
son.
most
Look at him.
innocent.
Look at him. Jake's
He's
Taking
innocent.
your anger out of me. That is correct.
He's innocent, all right? It's like half of it's me, half of it's Nick, only in mass combat. This is... Oh, that's funny as hell.
It's 3 times I've engaged with Nick in mass combat and just got slapped around despite the odds being in my favor.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Snaga. It looks like Naren just picked up a new trophy. I got a troll head and now whatever this thing is.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
so you go and you slay this beast and fucking like it dies. And then you look back to your soldiers, like you see it stop moving. You look back to your soldiers and you're watching them shoring up the battlefield. And you kind of give Zara looks at you for that like command. Like, do we finish them? Do we end this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then I just take the head.
Okay. You give that nod that says take them out. And so Zara's people just continue to slash and burn and hunt them down and slaughter them to the last. You raise up your what the fuck it's called, and you let it drop, removing the head of this beast near you. You look back one more time at your soldiers, and then you dismount so you can go and collect your trophy of this creature. When you go there and reach down to grab this head, it's tuft of fur or hair, whatever it is his head is, and you lift it up. You just see a woman's face. She looks human.
Interesting.
He did, but now I'm more concerned for other reasons. But I'm not a metagamey piece of shit, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Nick knows what it is. I have no clue. Keegan does too. Holy shit. It sounds scary then. Not that I really care. It's not my problem.
Keegan's a mid to long term DM.
Are they warm Yetis?
Either way,
It's a Sasquatch. It's a Bigfoot.
hopefully we lured them out, but we didn't find signs of Eric.
So after the battle shures up and Zara comes returning to you, saying, "We may have killed them all. If we didn't, then others are on the run. The soldiers are doing well. Warlord, on behalf of all the soldiers, thank you. You've done nothing but put yourself in harm's way. And every man and woman here saw that. Thank you."
Let's return.
She looks at you, kind of like a cockeyed look, and says, "They came from somewhere. And if there's any retreating, they're going to be following a path.
You think we can track them?
I think if there was ever a time, now is the time. But if we
Once more with feeling.
take this opportunity, Warlord, like I said before," she looks over at the soldiers that are, definitely not combat capable at the moment.
Once more with feeling.
I don't know how long they'll hold up, but this is our last chance to find out where Eric went.
Well, let's find it. One way or another. I don't want these things hanging out in our backyard.
She nods, and she looks to either you or her, whoever's better at a survival check. The worst one rolls first to aid.
Once more with feeling.
Who is better? Probably.
Once more with feeling.
She's got a 5. We might be even. Nope, I'm better by 1.
Her than you.
I did me than her.
She gave you a +2. You got a 23 total. Do you want to luck that?
No.
You sure? This is your chance to find Eric.
Pretty sure it's empty.
I mean, there was a lot of time for somebody to have filled a point in the luck pool. I needed something. I just needed something in my heart. Those small victories for small men. Okay. 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 All right. Let's.
That's right. He's a small man with a really wide mouth.
Great session, boys.
With your 23, you find some tracks. They're really fucking hard to follow. Unfortunately, really, really fucking hard to follow. I'm just gonna click something real quick. One second, just reading something. Tracking them with your eyes is foolish. Unfortunately, Kamatori do not have the scent ability. They move so quickly. They move so erratically. They move high, they move low. They move in ways that you just aren't familiar with. Perhaps if you had the Hafue with you, they'd be able to assist. But unfortunately, you don't have any with you. And you're certainly missing one of those that you had before. With a deeper understanding of what it was that had taken Eric, and the prize of victory in the combat that you engaged in, you unfortunately have to retreat once again back to your fort there, empty-handed. One more thing would have been noticed by your people before you returned. It was hard to tell in the ferocity of combat, but when you went over the bodies afterwards, see what the fuck it was that you fought, who the fuck it was that you had fought, see if there's anything of value on them, anything like that. Something strikes you. One, these are human. A lot of them. Not human ands, Perrin ands, Hafue ands. These are human, all human. Two, they're dressed very simply, but uniform enough to suggest they're all from some culture. You could figure that out by the fact they were working together, whatever, but whatever tribe or what have you, it's got a degree of culture to it for them to be dressed so similarly. And three, they were all women. Every one of them. So I guess you could say with my sloppy dice I mishandled the women. Sorry. Whoopsie!
That's nice. My victory against a horde of beasts was me slaughtering a bunch of women. That's good.
Warriors! Gender doesn't matter.
True.
Jesus.
They slaughtered like half your men.
Absolutely. Gender does not matter. You're going in there wearing a whole bunch of armor and a magical sword on a mount that's magically enhanced, and some chick with like a bone axe beat the shit out of you. I mean,
You're right. I don't discriminate anyway. I would have killed the bitch.
I mean, Zara was also on the battlefield, as well as the ladies that serve under her. All right. Oh God. Steve. All right, so moving on. All right, sir, you continuing on. You are going to more or less spend, because of how much time you spent here doing this. Chat, you want to say 2 weeks his army was active out here, or was it 3 weeks? 2 weeks or 3 weeks? Nick, you get to have somebody roll in chat. You get to pick the die, you get to pick the person. If it was an odd number, it's 3 weeks. If it's an even number, it's 2 weeks.
Xylamos, roll a d10.
Two weeks it is. Good job, Xyle. So you have to slap onto your kingdom sheet. Under your what's it called? Your consumption. Armies, you have to put 10 for your expense. I just put it there for you. So you remember, like, when you come back, your consumption is going to be hiked because of that. Okay, cool. Nick, you good for one little bit of RP? To do one more thing before we don't have to finish. We can start next session with the rest of your turn, but I just wanted to do one more thing for you.
Yeah, sure. I defeated 2 mass combat units, so I need that BP.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, of course.
And you can gain a tactic.
And my morale goes up.
Well, we have to have him roll those things after he returns home. Yeah, we'll do that next session. But for now, your BP, you're going to gain another 2 BP from that. First and foremost. They don't have a lot of values, unfortunately. Their ACR was not
Fame?
that high. Unfortunately, no. Nobody's seen it.
No, I respect it. I
Yep.
figured you'd just say
Tactics
it, though,
absolutely is a possibility, though. He did multiple combats. So 2BP, no fame. Morale goes up by a D4 for both you and your soldiers. Who are you going to have roll for them? Or is it a D4
Nice
minus
Joey.
1 cell?
I have no idea.
I think it's a D4. It might be D4 minus 1, so they'll just roll and I'll modify if need be. Joey's
I think
rolling
it's just
for
a
him.
D4, but-
And who's rolling for you, Nick?
Snaga.
No, who's rolling for you?
For me?
Yeah, your actual character is an army.
What do
Let
you
him
mean?
roll for himself.
Okay, so you roll a
have it-
D4 and Snaga rolls for Azara. Go ahead.
Oh,
you,
sure,
you,
yeah.
you as a mass combat unit can actually flee, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but like,
Unfortunately, Zara only gains 1. That was just such a
Yep.
fucking defeatist combat. And you, Nick, just
She-
roll your own D4.
she's getting like curb stomped every combat.
No, she's winning.
Yeah, but her army isn't doing great.
Oh, that's because Nick even
Yeah.
has a shitty armor in her army in her hands. You also
Yeah.
only get 1. Okay.
Well, one maxes me out, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's like Nick is probably at 100 morale.
If you want, Nick, if you want to save money, what's her morale now that she went down by 2 and up by 1? What's her morale?
5.
It's only a 5? Ooh, that's going to be rough to do. I would say if you don't pay their consumption for the whole month, it would drop by 3.
Nah, I'm good. I don't do that.
Okay. All right, cool. So, yeah, you guys are good. That's what you get. The 2BP, you get the 1 morale to each of you. And again, write down a note, Nick, that next session when we start doing the rest of your shit, we also roll about learning new tactics because you did not learn a new tactic last time. I don't think we even had your roll last time.
No, I don't think so.
So cool. So when you return, I need to pull up my names for who's in your clan. Kushibashi, advisors. When you return, it's specifically not Tonscrete. Tonscrete's going to meet you on the. Oh, sorry, one of Tonscrete's kind of people, because he's a marshal, is going to meet you on your road back from where you were prior. So if you imagine, I'm trying to bring us back to the correct map here, Nick. Gone. Where's you? Coming back up to here. And me go there as well. So more or less while you're traveling on your road back, right around this hex right here, the one, where I'm currently, it says 36, right? So right around this hex right here is where you're going to be met by one of Tonscrete's kind of messengers, because you don't have the area up yet, right? So one of Tonscrete's messengers will come to meet with you and inform you, Warlord, I come with word from Tonscrete. I'm glad to have met you on the road.
Speak. Report.
It seems as though there was a representative of the clans of the north that have come to visit our clan. They've been waiting with little to no patience for a few days' time for your return. I don't know how much longer they're willing to wait, but they seem to be rather agitated at the fact that they've had to wait this long.
Understood. Well, they can continue waiting until we get back.
They nod because it's only one more day till you get back. They nod and they say, "May I ride with you, Warlord?"
Please.
Okay. They're going to ride with you. One of the things they're going to say to you when you ride back is they're going to say, the details of the situation I was not filled in on. Tonscretes just wanted me to inform you of their arrival and the fact that they expected to speak with you directly. But I did also receive other word as well from another one of your advisors. I do apologize, Warlord. I served Tonscrete faithfully, but they did ask me to deliver this message to you directly and asked that I did not speak to Tonscrete about this, as it was said to me literally as I was leaving the gates of the city.
I'll see what Shala has to say.
Shakes her head. In fact, not Shala, sir.
Hmm.
Daichi.
Interesting.
Daichi says that this is this northern clan member is likely the tax collector. I'm not sure entirely what this means, but Daichi said that this tax collector will come and meet with you and explain to you the terms of our position as clans in the south and the growth that we've experienced. Daichi says that there's two ways that you can go about this that he's seen done in the past. One is to meet with them to agree to the terms and for things to move forward amicably. The second is to refuse the meeting. This will buy a degree of time before terms are agreed to, but in exchange will greatly raise the ire of the northern clans.
I see. I shall hold counsel when I return.
Of course, Warlord. Needless to say, when you return, there is a display. You're not a small number of people that travel all the way out there, spend a lot of time in the woods, and travel all the way back, right? You're a good number of people. There's a lot of injured, so on and so forth. You kind of like raise a lot of attention. So needless to say, as you're literally walking up to where it is you meet with your council, you can see the member of the northern clans in their appropriate garb, their armor, and so on, standing there and looking at you, making eye contact with you, with a sour face as they're watching you walk by. They will say to you, "Greetings, Warlord," with a deep bow. I don't know if you return anything in kind.
Greetings. You may hold this while I dismount, and I'll throw him the troll head that's on my pike.
I would say it's a rotting troll head, but I imagine those things rot very slowly. So what, you like throw it at him?
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Make an attack roll. Not to harm him, but to actually hit him. It's just a basic ranged attack. You can click the button. Ranged.
Yes.
Not to harm him, to be clear.
Just don't nat 20 it because, then it will.
And
harm
slap him to death?
So yeah, you absolutely just throw the thing, so it hits him in the chest. And so he goes to grab, fumble at it, and just because it hits him in the chest so hard, it actually like bounces off of him enough that he's not actually even able to catch it. So he just has like troll blood smeared on him as he stands there looking down at the troll head that kind of rolls out in front of him. Needless to say, he doesn't look very happy. You go walking in. Hearing that the warlord has finally returned and rejoicing to see Eric return. Your whole council is there.
I mostly want to speak to Tonscreet, give him an update as to what's going in and going on. And then we're going to want another search party because one way or another, whether we find Eric or not, we need to know who these people are because they are dangerous.
Tonscreet nods and says, "Of course, Warlord. I will see to it that our best scouts are put into the woods and we start to learn even of the existence of these people, which we barely even understood before. We will know our enemy."
I think, and as far as this tax collector goes, I want to know what benefits they're supposedly claiming we're paying these taxes towards, how we can leverage our assault to the northern clans, and the assault of the Red Mongrel on our states, on our clans' borders. As far as I'm concerned, we're supposed to be paying them for internal protection, and we're not receiving it.
Ivan, who I believe is still your no, Ferris. Actually, I don't know. Ferris. That's now your treasurer, isn't it? Ferris says, "Well, truth be told, Warlord, we barely pay anything to them. We trade deals with them are considerably more favorable to them than they are to us, as we sell our lumber that we get at a significantly discounted rate that we do to the other clans, even to our allies to the south and to the east of us. But beyond that, there is not much by way of a grand benefit that they get from our being here. They mostly live and let live, at least up until this point. Unfortunately, I don't know much about what this deal might be about." Even Ton Screet says, "Neither do I, Warlord. You know, I've served you since before we were a clan. And I know not but what you know." Shala chimes in and says, "Oh." Dazarox shakes their head because they have absolutely no fucking clue. Ryan's picking a scab. And just kind of like looks up, then looks back down and finishes peeling the scab off and applying some sort of ointment to it. At least, you know, that affliction is slowly peeling away. Karzug says, "Warlord, I hate to continue piling bad news, but as much as I'd love to aid you in this, I'm not from here."
I see. Well, I'm sure they'll do what they do best, and that's take their undeserved gains.
With everybody else seeming to be completely lost, Daichi will say, "They offer you information and critical moments protection. They offer interconnectivity. They make you a proper member of Kijinxi. No longer a fledgling clan that is just out to survive. You become a part of Kijinxi proper, but that comes with it a cost. The more successful you are, the more successful they are."
I see. Well, bring this so-called tax collector.
Roll me a sense motive. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, the tax collector will come in. They have come in and they have cleaned off their armor in the interim, because I imagine that was not a short period of time as you were giving full reports and receiving full reports and everything. It's probably a good 2 hours later. Tax collector comes in. As they come in, their name is announced and everything about them is announced and so on and so forth. They give a deep bow and they say, "Warlord Narin, I must say, when I traveled to the south, I was excited to meet with Clan Kushibashi. That excitement has long since left. You're incredibly disrespectful, Warlord.
I would hold your tongue before you lose it.
That would be an attack on the northern clans. I come as a diplomat from the north. You know the laws."
Okay, you're dismissed.
He bows and says, "You were rejecting the words of the northern clans."
I'm rejecting your words. You have failed your northern clans. Leave my lands before you lose your life.
"In my stead, there will be an army." He bows again and turns and walks. You can hear him say, "Fucking trollhead." Okay. That went well. And we can deal with the rest of the shit next session, Nick.
Sure thing.
Cool. All right. Oh, God. Oh, God. Let me sit down.
Let's hope it's a small army. And you accept the deal when they come, because I can't fight it.
All right. Oh yeah, so it's our goodbyes. So next session when we pick up, I have I think one more event for Nick, I think, as well as his potential chance of a random event, and we need to go over what was the thing we said? You potentially learning a new what's it called? Tactic.
Tactic.
But you don't even have to worry about looking into tactics now because your part of the session is going to be relatively quick. Should be about maybe half an hour, and then you'll have the rest of the session to look over what the tactics options are if you earn one. And then we can kind of jump into Jake. Cool. Not getting robbed. Jake gets next session.
This was kind of expected though, right? When you're after two people's kingdom rolls.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I don't think it'll get to me today.
Yeah, no, that's normal, especially since Nick.
There's always that hope, because I'll knock out my session in 45 minutes, an hour, and then we'll go back to.
But you have a big RP thing though in yours, so
I have two.
Well,
Three.
Okay, and I didn't. I had
several big RP things in yours. So guys, listen, everybody, let's take a moment to rejoice. The session ended with
Nick.
And it's starting next session with
Nick. Let's go.
And next session hopefully will end with Cell and then start with Cell the following week. So, but that's just because Jake's super
I want to put
efficient.
out a plea though. Listen. I want to put out a plea. All right. After Nick has gone and done all of the stuff that he's got to do, all right, I have a big thing with the negotiations with the North, all right? So if anyone could possibly put some luck in there, so I'm not blue balled with the luck. And I mean, if anyone wants to go further, I am accepting Winifred's wisdom.
Wow.
We'll put that out there.
Okay, hold on. If you're fully prostrating yourself, what are you willing to offer in exchange? How deep can you take that microphone there, Jake?
You get leadership
I don't.
positions?
My mouth isn't as wide as yours, but I'll give it a red hot go.
This is terrible. What is wrong with you?
A red hot go.
Wait. There's a rule in Ultimate Rulership I've just read. It's an optional rule. It says, for each character in the kingdom that has a leadership role that has leadership feat, the kingdom adds 1 BP to its treasury each turn. Are we doing that?
No.
Okay. Well, unlucky, I guess.
There's this optional rule where it's at 1:30 a.m. and I want to go to bed.
There you go. Perfect. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll message in Discord when Cell and I can do a bonus session to cover the pretty immense shit that he did. That way, Cell's not a concern next week. All of his shit's taken care of, right? And we can have next week be Jakey boy.
I would like that.
Yeah, I really think Jake is going to take easily 2.5 hours next week, but we'll see how it goes. All right, starting with Nick, of course. Okay, everybody, thank you so much. I will see you Wednesday morning for Inclame and at some point in time with Cell. Bye. Who are we going to raid?
Who's on?
I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, shit. I always make the wrong button. Let's see. Ooh, I like this person. They're a fun person. And they're playing Pokemon. And everybody likes Pokemon. We just don't like Pokemon.
What's wrong with Pokemon?
I got nothing against them. I was just teasing. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3,